Hello, 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 hello. Okay, I think we are live. Good evening, everyone. Happy Thursday. Welcome to another live here on Talkative. Hope everybody has had a fantastic week. Has some plans for the weekend. I know I have plans for tonight's stream. It's actually pretty jam-packed, and I was not expecting that. So, first and foremost, I will be guesting on the Path to Exile podcast hosted by my friends Dead Rabbit, KallTorak, and Miso. That's about an hour in. Remember, guys, timestamps are always in the description of my stream VODs up on YouTube, and I always leave them up public so that if you'd like to watch them after, you can. But it really helps if you leave a comment, share it with a friend, subscribe, whatever. Tells me these are worthwhile doing. And I gotta say, last stream, you guys really liked that stream. That was one of my most successful streams in the past half year, so very fun. Anyway, Path to Exile podcast. Additionally, gonna talk a little bit about Path of Exile 2 upcoming changes. In particular, another video I'd like to react to. It's actually a follow-up to Scorpius's first video, the one that we just watched on the last stream, which a lot of people really enjoyed that. I even got a response from Scorpius, so we're going to take a look at that as well. Additionally, there has been some Path of Exile drama that I have basically 20 seconds of content on that I'll catch you all up on. Of course, we also have the new Last Epoch season starting today that I'll briefly touch on. Spoilers. I will not be playing it, but I hope everybody who is has a great time. And then we will end the stream with some No Rest for the Wicked. Okay. How's everybody doing today? Going into the chat. Hey, Jason Spurlock, 99 Steady. What's going on? We need some PoE 2 leaks. Well, I've talked to some developers, and they think that 0.5 is excellent, spectacular, and that we will be very impressed. But I am hype maxing. So I learned what jester maxing was yesterday. So now I'm adding the maxing. What is it? Compound wordage to my vocabulary. So I think it's in the thumbnail for today's video. We're hype maxing. Oh, but the developers seem pretty excited. Remember, guys, there is that split between the teams now. So this will be the first real patch for Path of Exile 2 with the separate development team, and I think Jonathan Rogers is 100% on PoE 2. Yo, Mega Cyber's 22 months LFG, 100%, dude. What's happening? Any news? I just got pinged by Path of Exile on Twitter. Did we just get news? 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 Oh! Oh! Whoa! Guys! Guys! Oh my gosh! Raise your shields. This weekend, we're running a massive sale for weapon, shield, and finisher effects. Check out the selection here. That's pretty cool. Oh, goodness. Oh, my goodness. Any info on PoE 2 performance? Well, I hope that it gets better, dude, because last patch was the worst ever. Worst ever, and I have a beast of a computer. I'm not even talking about the crashes. I'm talking about just, you know, my computer running hot and FPS issues. Just lots of issues. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm very hyped for 0.5. Time away, you know, is always fun. I also talk to my brother all the time about Path of Exile 2. I've also tried Diablo 2 now. I'm playing through No Rest for the Wicked. I play the PoE 1 expansion. So, you know, I've been playing a lot of ARPGs. I'm ready for the next dose of whatever Path of Exile 2 has to offer. You think you're the only person that wants Shadow to be added? No, dude. I actually saw a comment on my most recent video talking about how they wanted Shadow to be added. So you're not the only one. My brother also has Shadow at the top of his list, but it's not because of traps. It's because of daggers. He's a dagger fan, so he's hoping those get dropped in soon. Delve, Hope, Copium. Well, I actually have some other news, guys. So before we get into, you know, the react and everything, we'll chat for a couple minutes here. Let people filter in. Oh, what was I? Oh, yes. So I have a collab video coming out either tomorrow or Saturday. I got to look at the analytics and see what would be a better day to release it. But I have the next big feedback video coming out about a month and a half before the next Path of Exile 2 expansion. A lot of new faces in this video, a lot of smaller content creators, and the Delve Queen herself. Some of you might know who I'm referencing. She has a spot in it, and she might talk about Delve. Maybe, maybe not. Yeah, slow loads run. Oh, dude, the slow loading screens, Iceman. That was unfortunate. Unfortunate change. Hey, Exile Shadow Art, what's happening, man? Yeah, there you go, Melancholy. You got somebody called Shadow. He probably wants Shadow to be added as well. PoE 2 time again. Let's go. This one is going to change the playable length for sure. You think it's going to change campaign? I mean, I would love for it to add the axe. I am of the opinion, no, this is not popular. I would prefer more classes, more weapons, and more axe before a revamped endgame or an updated endgame. Honestly, I'd like the foundation. I'd like the bones. I feel like the endgame, even though I know everybody really likes to grind it out, I feel like that should, you know, come after once all the foundation is in place. I think that's a relatively new opinion of mine, too. I've really cemented that, and I think a lot of people don't agree with that, but it is mine. Thesaurus maxing. Well, yeah. You know what's sad? One of the greatest uses of AI, in my opinion, is actually as a thesaurus. Because you can Google, you can say word that's like big, but it has a specific meaning and on Google, and it won't really give you what you want. But if you do that with Gemini, it'll give you the exact words you're looking for. Hey, Lord Zed, what's happening, man? Yes, 0.5 is starting to get me pretty excited. Yep. I mean, we're going to start getting info about it in about 2 weeks. You know, I thought now would be the time to start hype maxing, ramping. Worst ever performance, wasn't Abyss the worst? Not in terms of load times, crashes, stability. Last patch was the buggiest and worst performance-wise for me personally. Div cards in PoE 2. There will be div cards in PoE 2. I have a custom div card that I will be putting into Path of Exile 2 called Toxic Positivity. So we'll get that eventually. Performance felt good on your laptop. See, maybe it's because I'm running on 4K, max graphical settings. But I feel like with my computer, I should be able to do that, you know? I am not playing the new last Epoch season. Yeah, so I guess I can touch on that now. Obviously, Season 4 of Last Epoch, Shattered Omens, launched today. During work, come on, EHG, just do what Grinding Your Games does. I bet if it launched on Friday night, I might give it a go. But because it launched in the middle of the workday, in the middle of the work week, and honestly, guys, I've tried every single season since launch, and I've always bounced pretty rapidly. I've never killed Aberoth. I've never pushed corruption or any of that. There was a time where I was pretty excited about the game, but at this point, I have a lot of other stuff that's taking my attention. So maybe I'll let it cook a little bit longer. Maybe I'll return for Orbis, that expansion. I mean, I'm rooting for the devs over there. They were put in a pretty crap situation. Well, they kind of put themselves in the crap situation, unfortunately. Let's be real. But, you know, their studio was about to shut down, essentially. Or they were going to be bought out by a giant company. They chose to get bought out by a giant company. And their community goodwill has gone, like, into the dumpster. So I hope the season is successful. I hope people like it. But it might be until Orbis, until I return. Praying they add more skills than just whatever weapon type comes in. Nate, I agree with you. I think a greater repertoire of each weapon would be really appreciated. Even like shapeshifting. And I know this probably isn't coming for a long time. Shapeshifting skills, in my opinion, are the best feeling combo skills in the game, the best feeling skills in the game, but they are very basic. They can't be built in a variety of ways. Some ways that's great, you know, for a player like myself who isn't a huge theory crafter. I mean, just putting it all together and it working and you just scaling it incrementally as you get better and better gear. Fun, fun, fun. But all those min-maxers and theory crafters, they're left with almost nothing for not the druid, but the shapeshift skills specifically. You know, they're all meant to be used in unison right now. Maybe that'll change. Try, you're missing out on WoW. I have never played World of Warcraft. Never touched it. In elementary school, a friend got me a copy of the Burning Crusade, and my parents never let me install it, never let me play it. I've never touched it. I was more of a Dungeons & Dragons online player. Agreed. If we had to choose, we need more gameplay variety before campaign. Yeah. Yeah, Baha. It will be awesome. Please don't hype up 0.5. We need to manage expectations. Well, Exile Shadow Art. I wouldn't hype up 0.5. You know, I was reading through all the, in preparation for my video that's coming out tomorrow or Saturday. Just reading through, you know, all the forum posts from Grinding Your Games. Can I even find this, guys? Can I even find it? Yeah, right here. Right here. And I went through every single Path of Exile 2 update. 02, 03, 04, subsequent patches, all the announcements, you know. Always just, oh, we have an update coming. Oh, we have an update. We're so excited to show you the update. We're happy to release our latest content patch. We're ready to go. You know, here's the expected timeline on it. And then you go to content update 0.5. It's been over 2 months since the launch of Last of the Druids, so soon it'll be time to talk about the next big update. One. They call it Big Update for Path of Exile 2. Never did that before, and I know I'm being, you know, I'm being ridiculous, but hey, that's why you're here, right? Towards the end of April, we will be announcing our full plans for the 0.5 update, including all the changes we will be making to the end game, as well as the new league. It's a pretty huge update. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in on that. Pretty huge update. So stay tuned. So, you know, if Grinding Your Games is hyping it up months before release, they had more time to cook in addition to all the stuff they had cooked when they wrote that. Oh, come on, guys. Come on, guys. It's going to be sick. It's going to be so sick. What do I think about mesh routers? I'm not smart enough to answer that question. Bless you. Yeah, shapeshifting is massively on the rails. They made better MTX from the beginning. They wouldn't have to shoot themselves in the foot. Yeah. Well, they did the box price, they did the MTX store, and they did the supporter packs, but the box price wasn't enough to sustain the player base who was playing. Like, they weren't getting in a lot of new players, and then the MTX or the supporter packs weren't good enough to cause people to buy them. They didn't go the GGG route of forcing people to buy stash tabs and quality of life and all that. I think they would have had a better chance if they did that, but they went the player first approach, and these are the consequences. It happens, right? It happens. All combos in PoE 2 still feel like a lot of stutters and it's not smooth. I would agree with you, Drake, except for shapeshifting. Shapeshifting, I don't feel that way at all. First time combo gameplay has felt really good in Path of Exile 2, in my opinion. WoW Midnight, best WoW ever. Well, I heard from Josh Strife Hayes that retail WoW is terrible and he hates it. I'm just kidding. I've been watching his Clips channel, and that dude just spills wisdom every minute that he's live on his Twitch streams. And he doesn't stream while I stream, so I can say that. He streams daytime UK. And the knowledge he drops all throughout, I mean, it's great. It's great. He likes classic WoW. What's a huge disappointment, Pow Pow Power? What do you mean? Pow Pow Power. In about 2 hours, I'll be playing No Rest for the Wicked. So, I know you're not on Path of Exile 2 right now, so you want to come back then and see how terrible I am at the game. You are free to. It's very, very fun. Also, I got my brother-in-law. He's buying it. I'm still trying to get my brother to buy in and give it a go. He's afraid that he's going to get just hooked into it, just like he is with Path of Exile 2. I mean, he's building a web application for Path of Exile 2 right now. He's going crazy, and he just had a newborn. And he is playing so much PoE 2. We don't want that to happen with No Rest for the Wicked. As a former Dota semi-pro, thoughts on facets being removed from Dota 2? Okay, I wasn't semi-pro. I was 99.5 percentile. Okay. Not even close to pro player. Not even close. I don't know. Not even, what is that, top 20,000, 30,000? I don't know. Whatever. But I never played the game when facets were in. The last game I played was December 2022, I believe. So I have been clean of Dota 2 for 4 years. Well, almost 4 years. Though I do watch Pro Dota too, and the casters never went into facets and how they really changed the game when I was watching. So I understand that you had a choice of 2 facets and it would change fundamentally something about the hero, but the casters never really dove into it, and I never played the game while facets were in the game. It seems like it gave... I did read some comments about that though, dude. It seems like it gave Valve a lot of knowledge, and it gave them the impetus to make core changes to the heroes like they've done in the past, where they'll have like an Aghanim Scepter special ability and then they'll incorporate that into the base kit of the hero. I'm guessing that's kind of what Facets did. I was kind of surprised there wasn't that much hype for the last Epoch season. I went back to Diablo 4 because I was so bored with PoE 2. Unfiltered Hughes, my dad did too. My dad went back to Diablo 4 as well. I still have no update from him. I talked to him today. He didn't even bring up D4. Maybe he's ashamed. Maybe he loves it. I don't think there's any harm in that. I'm going to try D4 again once there's a little bit of a lull. If there is ever a lull. But I'm going to try like the Paladin. I played Diablo 2. Diablo 2 was really fun, and Diablo 4 seems to be making a lot of good changes. I do hope they remove the PoE 2 Atlas completely and use PoE 1 Atlas instead for 0.5. I hope they don't. I hope they don't. Neversink thinks they will. Actually, I spoke with him. I think that would be a bad idea. As much as I think new Path of Exile 1 Atlas, 10 out of 10. Beautiful. Just much better gameplay-wise than the Path of Exile 2 Atlas. I think it would be a mistake to basically implement it into Path of Exile 2. They should not make the same game twice. They should not make identical games. They should not lift one system wholesale into the other. I still think they should be distinct. It will cause people to burn out or choose one or the other in the long run. And I think what they really want to do is they want to monetize both games. They want to have people play in both games. I think they can take aspects of it and put it in Path of Exile 2, just like they took aspects of Path of Exile 2 and put it in PoE 1. For example, Astrolobes. I actually think those are pretty sick. Those could basically be... See, but then the problem is, I was going to say they could be like on towers, but then if they're on towers, then... I just think they need to make the Atlas finite in some way. I think they should try to remake Last Epoch's Endgame, but better. I think they can make the exploration and the random generation aspect work, but this endless stuff has got to go. The endless stuff is it's not real freedom of choice. It is messy. It is an eyesore. I hate dragging my cursor across the screen and looking for things. I don't care if there's a search function. I don't want to be searching, like pressing enter, searching through nodes on the Atlas. I just want to open the Atlas and see, oh, here are all these cool things that I can do. I'm going to do this right now or this right now, and steadily progress and then get into a steady state. I don't want to endlessly be like treading out into the unknown, completely subject to whatever seat I am. They're smarter than me. They're smarter than many of us, right? They just need to, what's the Gazzy quote? I tested it. And I don't like it. Is that the quote? I can't remember what it is. Something that was from before my time as a content creator. But even then, I remember that quote. I think it was Arch Nemesis. Did he say it's crap? I tested it and I don't like it. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I'm starting to go balls deep in PoE 1. I mean, I went balls deep into PoE 1 for 13 days. I got 36 challenges in 35 hours. It was fun. No Rest of the Wicked is going to be a masterpiece. I thought PoE 2 was going to be my game, but I'm disappointed. Yeah, you know, I'm holding out hope that they might be going back to their origins with 0.5. I'm holding out hope. Maybe we go 0.1. You know, it could be fun. Oh, that would be crazy though. I've been guys, my second channel has given me some of the most insightful, interesting, thought-provoking comments I've ever had on YouTube. The people watching my second channel and leaving comments, like, shout out to you guys. I don't know if anybody here is in the live chat, but there are some people writing essays that are actually like so well done. They're like they're causing me to want to create entire videos about them, essentially. And one of them was essentially talking, breaking down why they thought that grinding your games shifted so quickly in 0.1 and 0.2. It was fascinating, and I'm not going to give it away because I might want to make a video on it in the next couple days. So, but it, so good, excellent stuff. Jonathan would do that. Hey, here's my hope, because I think Jonathan is full-time PoE too. They didn't even talk about Jonathan when they're talking about Path of Exile 1, right? So I feel like he's all in on PoE 2. Or his new Souls-like ARPG being designed at GGG. Rayclassed. Rayclass Souls. I don't know. Check out the former 3 PoE 2 dev playing Iron Man D1. It's awesome. I listened to that during work today. Pow, pow, power. And what did Chris Wilson got killed? Friendly fire? That's crazy. It was so funny. He's playing with Hrishi. I don't know who Adam is, but I know Hrishi. He was one of the big designers at GGG. He's obviously working with Chris on his new game. They're obviously making something that's really hardcore. See, I like the hardcore hard games. I feel like I like them. I don't like the grind, though. Like, I wouldn't want to endlessly do... What is it called in Diablo 2? Like Trevinkle runs or Bal runs or like doing the same thing over and over. But I do like the more like gritty, slower paced progression. I really got to try to power through those Souls game, guys. I'm going to try Souls games again with WASD and keyboard. Because the camera angle always just like, that made me sick. Because I've never really played any of those games. You know, I've never been a first person shooter guy. I've never been like a third person kind of gamer. I played Neverwinter Nights. I played Age of Mythology. I played DDO. I've never played games like that where you also control the camera, and it's just odd. Hey, Leaf Molten. They need to nerf the top end of PoE 2. It feels like PoE 1 already. Basically. Or they need to make the progression there slower. Or they need to make stuff way harder, I think. Bring back 0102. I was a big 0102 fan. Somebody was trying to correct me in the comments and say, well, you asked for monster nerfs in 01 and 02. And I was like, excuse me, unless I streamed while I was drunk or high or something, that was not me. Do you guys remember me crying on stream in the infamous, I think it was 02, the monster nerf patch, where they changed all these monster abilities to be less powerful, lower the damage, increase the cast time, just fundamentally change how these monsters work, like the vultures that came at you from 78 screens away, stuff like that. Oh, I miss those guys. Oh, I miss those guys. Yeah, I don't enjoy the grind. Souls of Rayclass would be amazing, but I'm not sure Jonathan would abandon his child that early. Yeah, I don't. Honestly, though, Omega Cybers, I'm kind of so ExileCon, right? Later this year. Okay, November. 7 months away, right? Okay. We'll be going. I'll see some of you there. Some of you have sent me some messages. We'll have to do like a meetup or something, you guys. It'll be fun. Everybody's like, oh, it's 1.0. Come on, is GGG just gonna be that like vanilla? Everybody expects 1.0 for Path of Exile 2. Something's got to come out of left field. Like something crazy has to be announced. Is it gonna be 4.0 for PoE 1? I mean, they could bring out PoE Mobile again, but it's not going to make anybody excited. You know what would make people hyped? Jonathan being like, oh, and by the way, since we've... Why am I giving Jonathan that accent? Whatever. Since we've completely changed our philosophy on Path of Exile 2, we plan on developing Souls of Rayclass. It will be released in 2029. It's currently in early development, and here's me playing it. There you go. Boom. Boom. I mean, that'd be out of left field. Now, obviously, they were just struggling with development efforts, so me saying this is kind of crazy. But I was, you know, the gears were turning in my head a couple days ago. I was like, and GGG, they don't like playing it safe, you know? Could be wild. Hey, GG Greenlink, what's going on, bro? You don't get drunk or high? Unbelievable statement. Well, I don't drink anymore. I mean, I haven't had gummies in a really long time either. Yeah, I don't really use substances that often. Besides coffee, I'm having some coffee because I'm gonna have a late night podcast and I gotta be high energy, guys. The wolves are way too fast. Okay. I totally disagreed. They were supposed to be fast. They're wolves. Sorry. I think I woke up my daughter. I hope I didn't wake her up. Anyway, they need to separate PoE from PoE 2. The easiest way to do that would be rune words and more gear slots. Oh my goodness. Mechanically, make an actual endless map that have 4 zone exits at cardinal directions. Oh my goodness. That you going crazy, BLK. Hey, Natalie, it's here. You got to stay on that side, sweetie. Remember our deal? You're supposed to stay in your room. You can stay up later. You what? You heard a what? A noise? Well, that's me talking. I'm talking to a bunch of people about Path of Exile 2. Oh, you don't have to be scared. Mom and I are upstairs right now, sweetheart. Nothing's wrong. You can keep, how about you keep your door open, okay? Want to keep your door open? Okay, mommy's gonna help you. Something big is definitely coming in December. Procedural gen as you exit cardinal direction. That's pretty crazy. 1.0 should come at the end of this year. Yeah, I think 1.0 is December. I think the Wolves nerf was appropriate, but others like the Vultures aren't. Nah. I know, Omega Cybers. I know. We not a big last Epoch guy try. I've played every other season. I think I'm gonna skip out on this one, dude. I'm what did we say earlier? Balls deep, and you know that's such an inappropriate term. But whatever. It's 8:26. None of your kids are. I mean, my daughter's asleep. My daughter probably just heard me say balls deep. Hope she does not repeat that. I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked now for the first time, so that's gonna have my focus. It's quite a different experience. I've never played a game like it, and it has some of those ARPG elements, but it also has that slower paced, heavy combat and everything that I've been enjoying. So I'm gonna play that instead. KallTorak. Okay, all right, shot caller. No. You almost had me reading that out loud. Hey, Light and Passion, what's happening, man? I'm back on the grind. I've been so busy with like just family and work, and I was playing games just in private really late at night, too tired to start stream and everything. And I think what really helped me was second channel, like just putting out some videos, like literally just like doing some cool, different, interesting, in my opinion, interesting stuff on the second channel, and people have seemed to really enjoy it. So that has helped me get in the mood. I have a big video coming out tomorrow or Saturday, big collaboration with a bunch of small content creators for Path of Exile 2. Really excited to see how you guys receive that. I've got another video coming out on Sunday, I think. Should be interesting. And I'm going to start to get like podcasts lined up, start streaming very regularly leading up to Path of Exile 2. Plus, I thought I'd stream my No Rest for the Wicked experience because people really seem to enjoy that. Also, guys, I know some of you won't care, but some of you will. Some of you have left me some very kind comments, and I feel like I owe it to... I'm getting baptized on Sunday, which is something I never thought I would say ever in my life. And I know some of you are going to be like, I'm only going to talk about it for 20 seconds. I have changed so much in the past 5 months, and it's been such a positive boon for my family, like my daughters, and just I think my mental health and everything. I'm so excited. I've got my whole family coming out to see it. You know, I have like a testimonial and everything. So yeah, it's been a whirlwind of the past couple months. So Omega. It's tiny. It's like, I know. I will ask the community next time. It's funny how that video came about. So you guys will see it tomorrow. You guys will see it or Saturday. I don't know what I'm gonna do that. I know PoE 2 and baptism. I know you guys. I love Diablo. I love all that, and I've become a Christian. I know it's clashing. Actually, at the young couples group that I go to every Wednesday night now, I talked about the stream and the channel and Path of Exile 2 yesterday. It was fun. It's so funny, like hearing people's reactions to like, wait, so you play video games and like you talk to people about the video games, like people actually talk to you, and I'm like, yeah. And they're like, what? Like 5 people? And I was like, well, you know, a couple more than 5 people, because I don't want to like get too into it, you know. But it's so funny. Like, everybody's like shocked at it. And they were like, what's Path of Exile 2? And I was like, oh, I described it as it's a action RPG where you collect loot, your character gets stronger, you kill lots of monsters and everything. And they're like kind of confused. And I said, it's like Diablo. And they're like, oh, like Diablo. That'll show you guys. That'll show, like, literally. They knew what I was. I'm describing the game. Nothing. Diablo, they're like, boom. I understand. Templar and Duelist, calling it now, mainly because I want to play a paladin with a two-handed flaming sword. Are you a fan of, oh, goodness, who is it? Beric Dondarrion? Smegoff? Hope you know who that is. Amen indeed, everybody. I am literally going to get dunked. Well, my mother-in-law said she's going to call out and say, hold him under. There's like, I don't know, a couple hundred, I think, people at this church. I think there's a couple hundred. Make sure they dunk you all the way, my man. That's how they did it back in the day. They do. I've seen baptisms done here before. Does this mean Templar is coming? I should make a post about that. Dude, leave. Yes. What are you doing? I'm getting baptized, Sando. I've never been religious. It's been quite a journey. I got married Catholic in the Catholic Church, marriage counseling Catholic. My two daughters baptized Catholic because my wife is. And then we kind of had a falling out with the church because they basically said I was a terrible father and a terrible person because I wasn't immersing myself in the faith and I wasn't a believer and everything. And I said I'd never go back to that church. And we went to this church near us for a Halloween event in October, just a Halloween, like a trick-or-treat event. And if you went back the next day for mass, you would, your kid could get a toy or something. And we're like, all right, Amber, or that's my daughter's name. All right, Amber, we'll do it. We'll go in. And so we did. And oh my goodness, was it amazing. And we've gone every week since, except when I had the flu, because that was bad. Okay. Hey, try. You hear Jenaboo. Richest person in PoE 1 got banned. Yes. Okay. So before we do a little react on Scorpius's video and we hop on the Path of Exile podcast, here is my statement about Jenaboo getting banned. And for people who don't know what I'm talking about, so the Forbidden Trove is a huge Discord for Path of Exile 1, Path of Exile 2, where you can buy challenges, you can bulk trade, you can get your items mirrored, you can buy mirror tier items, basically an all-in-one trade, external trade platform for Path of Exile. I've used it in the past for buying challenges. Never bulk trading because I just don't do that, but I've used it for buying challenges. And the owner of it got banned today. And the community has blown up. And the owner released a statement basically saying that he was going to off himself because this is the only thing he lived for and GGG need to reconsider. That dude is toxic beyond belief. That is the most toxic thing. This is how toxic people act. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Then someone in their community, like moderators, were saying they were going to nuke ExileCon and show everybody a lesson. Let me see. I got the tweet from Gazzy up here. Actual insanity. I actually swore on social media too. They said, this is insane. This is crazy. If the ban is indeed permanent and they won't allow an appeal, then I'm going to start blowing this up. And this person said, if the ban is permanent and not appealable, I'm going to effing nuke ExileCon at somebody. Take that bags with poop from North Korea to New Zealand. Finally, we found the use for them. I mean, obviously they're exaggerating. Obviously, this is an empty threat. But why do people think like this is people need to take a step back. They need to take a step back and they need to log off and they need to engage with reality. I say good riddance. That's all I have to say about it. I don't really have anything else. I'm not really invested into it. I just say good riddance, honestly. Grown adults, by the way. Grown adults. Literally grown adults. I can't even fathom it. They're actual grown adults. Oh my goodness. Oh, yikes. Okay. Okay. Yes, even the Protestants know what Diablo is. Yes, they do. Didn't you already react to Scorpius last stream? Yes! Yes! But he had a follow-up video that I thought, let's say, how long is the follow-up video? It's 13 minutes. Do I have enough time to react to this? I yap a lot. Yo, Dead Rabbit! What's happening, man? Dude, your clip from my collab video, I can't believe you didn't acknowledge your cats. I cannot believe you didn't acknowledge your cats, brother. What? What is this? I don't know if I can watch this on stream, but yes, it's a clip from The Office. I don't know how that stuff works. I always get like copyright struck when I do stuff like that. Oh, they already informed. They already informed him. Yeah, GGG's already been notified, guys. Yeah, even if it is an empty threat, which of course it is, right? The authorities have been informed. The video was like, "What is the biggest point of feedback you have for PoE 2?" And you have your cats crawling all around you, bro, and you didn't even acknowledge them a single time. They're bumping into your camera. You just don't say a word about them. And I'm like, wow, this man is strong. Strong man. Some more trivia related to ARPGs. Mage from Last Epoch looks like Tywin Lannister. 100%. Very toxic. I said the same thing. Tryon in the same breath mentioned he's a father and Path of Exile is the only thing he has in his life. That is insane. Yeah, I saw people talking about that. I guess I didn't see the full statement, but people are saying like he has a family and everything, and the only thing he cares about is his Path of Exile career, and that it'll negatively affect his family and everything. Ugh. Holy crap. Yay. Can I do the react 10 minutes? I think I can do the react. I just can't yap as much. Reacting is very powerful, guys. Let's see. So, here you go. Let's set it up. Let's get the little setup. All right. Where is monitor? Turn out this Age of Mythology music. That video is coming out tomorrow or Saturday, Dead Rabbit. I edited it last night. Okay. Let me hide the chat. All right, guys. I'm gonna be giant. Okay. So last stream, you guys. Last stream, we reacted to a video by Scorpius talking about the player retention problem in Path of Exile 2. He actually responded to my react, and it was an awesome message. He actually laid out something that he didn't say in the video that I thought was an excellent point and probably would have made me reconsider what he was saying in the video. So let me just read through it for you guys really quick. Remember, I said I'd completely disagree with the video. I don't think that the retention problem is a problem. And I think the ARPGs are designed to be played, stopped playing for a little bit, and then you come back 3 or 4 months later, and GGG perfected the ARPG cycle back with Path of Exile 1. That was a Chris Wilson GDC video. He said, in response, "Thank you for the genuine react, brother." I tried to be genuine, right? Nope, no acting here. "Disagreement is healthy and needed from time to time. Where I struggle a bit with all the disagreement is that the ARPG genre feels stuck in this mindset of this is how it's always been, so change feels wrong." So to that, I would say, I don't think it's always been like this. I think this is a relatively recent development that GGG perfected back in like 2017, 2018, and they've continued to hone that. And they found success there, and that's why it's been like this for so long. And no other studio really has replicated what Grind Your Games has done, I would argue. I don't think Diablo 4 has yet. I don't think Last Epoch has either. Other studios are trying to replicate that success, but PoE is the only ARPG that has seen success with this model. That's why people keep pointing back to the Chris Wilson talk from 6 years ago, an incredible talk, no doubt, but it was about a game that had already been established for years at that point. Path of Exile 2 isn't in that position. It hasn't built that long-term foundation yet, and more importantly, it has attracted a completely different mix of players, not just the traditional ARPG crowd from D2 or PoE 1, but people coming from multiple genres with different expectations. So on that point as well, you know, I think the most similar one that would be expecting the seasonal stuff as he kind of laid out, like holiday events or different league mechanics, having different bonuses at different times, would be people coming from MMOs or honestly like Diablo 4, because Diablo 4 does that. But I'd still argue, I don't think I'd like that in this genre of game. I really don't, especially because it completely resets every 4 months. You know? It's different now in an MMO. You're constant. Well, I think WoW does this differently now. But let's pretend we're not talking about WoW. MMOs, you're constantly building up your arsenal of characters. You're building up power and your overall wealth. You're getting achievements from the holiday events and all that stuff. With an ARPG, you reset every 4 months pretty much. So I don't think we need events in ARPGs like this. I feel like it's just that retention trick that companies use to try to get players to come back to the game. That's all it is. I don't see how it benefits players. Okay, back to what he said. That's why I find it hard to understand why we're so comfortable expecting PoE 2 to follow the exact same expansion cadence and content model as PoE 1, a game with over a decade of development and a massive amount of content behind it. At the same time, when GGG tries to support both games and inevitably slips on timelines or early access expectations, we criticize them for lack of content, but we also reject the idea of new content or tests being added to the game within the 4-month cycle. Okay. So I think the strongest point, honestly, is this right here. That wasn't mentioned in the video. Basically, that PoE 2 might be a new crowd, and it's time for another evolution of the genre. I think that's a good point. I think it's better than the one that was outlined in the video, and it kind of made me think a little bit. So, yeah. It's interesting. What is this? Young Wydock look. Yeah, young Wydock is going to be in that video, by the way. He did an excellent bit. And I think Scorp's going to be coming on the podcast to discuss this pretty soon. So it was interesting. Made me think a little bit more. So yeah, he has another video, but we have the pod starting in like 18 minutes. So I don't think we can do that. I don't think we can watch the video. And we'll just chill for a couple minutes. Anybody playing Last Epoch? How's that going? I do wish that PoE had a reincarnation mechanic in PoE 2. Ooh. Like Dungeons and Dragons Online. Or like Diablo 4. Save the character in campaign progress, reset maps and level, port to new season, and just go. Gives the option to start new, fresh with new content. Save the character in campaign progress, reset maps and level, port to new season. I don't know. I like the campaign journey. I'm not a campaign skip enjoyer. We actually like games and not grinding. Imagine that. Yeah, so on that, I actually got sent another video. Somebody said that I should watch it on stream. And they said that it was about kind of what I was asking for, but in a very different vein. Basically saying that that they love Ruthless and they love grinding. And they think PoE 1 has lost the sense of like grind. And that was the magic of PoE 1. I don't like grinding. And I think PoE 1 you still grind a lot. I think there's a ton of grinding. I think as soon as they changed the dodge roll in day 2 of PoE 2, I knew we were done. Sir Kayan, roll the footage. You know who complained endlessly about that? I was farming L's in the chat. I was farming the L's in the chat. I was like, this is a bad change. The dodge roll should not have been changed. And everybody disagreed with me. Everybody disagreed with me. So, you know, literally everybody was disagreeing with me. What is GGG supposed to do? They got to listen to their player base, essentially. Like, But do they? Should they have just stayed strong and just kept going and changed something else? Let's see. Just started the season on LE. Haven't noticed much difference yet. Really? Okay, I've read through it. I thought, okay, so 1, there's like Breach. 2, didn't they change a bunch to do with the sound design and the impact? I thought that sounded really cool. That sucks that you haven't noticed much. Just add a scaling season that you can import to and build up power as the game evolves. Do you prefer peak D&D game with fam or peak gaming with fam? D&D with fam. The only person that I constantly game with is my brother out of my family, video games. But I play board games with my family, D&D with my family. So I like D&D with the fam. Although it's been a while since I've DM'd a session for everybody. I can't wait to DM for my daughters. That'll be super fun. Speaking of my daughters and board games, though, I went to the bathroom today while my wife was playing tennis. And my youngest, Chloe, she's almost 2. You know Monikers? Monikers is a card game. There's like 500 cards in the box. I was in the bathroom for 20 seconds. She got the box somehow from the back of the shelf. And she tossed it on the ground. And all 500 cards scattered across our entire living room and dining room. Just whoosh. It took me like 20 minutes to pick all them up. It was ridiculous. So campaign is massive is the issue. It's great, but it's exhausting to do campaign across 4 characters same season. I feel like if the campaign isn't fun, that's something GGG needs to work to make it fun. I mean, I have fun in the campaign. And massive, I feel like it's not that massive, especially on subsequent characters if you're twinking. I feel like the Path of Exile 2 campaign is very easy now, very quick. I think I did it about 10 hours on stream this season. On stream. If I'm locked in and if I'm actually like, I hate the campaign, I gotta get through it. And I can get through it pretty quickly. I get like going like through it on multiple characters is kind of like almost a chore, but I still think it's important for like the character, like developing your character. Like you got to start from point A and then get to point Z some way. I don't think you should just start at point X. I don't like the way Diablo 4 does it, but I also wouldn't want to replay Diablo 4's campaign because it has so much dialogue and crap. I have nostalgia brain fog. Dude, the dodge roll sucks so badly. Initially, everybody complained about it. No, built not bought. I didn't. No, built not bought. I didn't. We're talking about getting stuck in by monsters, right? And not being able to dodge roll out of them. I think we're on the same page there. I thought that I said that was a skill issue. I also said that it was a GG design issue because why are there that many monsters consistently? There shouldn't be an F-ton of monsters in a game where it was supposed to be lower density, where you could be more strategical. If you're constantly getting swarmed, map after map, zone after zone, there's a problem there. That shouldn't be like a common occurrence unless you're grouping all the monsters up and stuff. What happened to the dodge roll? They made it so you could like squeeze through monsters. Originally, if you were like surrounded, you couldn't squeeze through monsters. Playing Ellie right now, but we'll drop it when Pragmata comes out. Pragmata. That name sounds familiar. They need to revert the changes to the difficulty back to first patch. I agree. I agree. Progression is free. Trading is OP. Trading is OP. Doing a D&D camp with my 2 brothers and my little sister is the DM over Discord. Man, you forgot how fun it is. What are you playing? 5? 5.5? Pathfinder? Try the Land of Eam for your kids when they are old enough. I think my oldest could probably play. She just turned 4 this last weekend. Maybe like a 10-minute session. The podcast starts in 12 minutes. I'm sure they'll ping me in a couple minutes. Get it set up. I enjoy the campaign. It's quick and easy, but it does nothing to transition you toward endgame. Well, it doesn't really prepare you for endgame because endgame is very different from the campaign, in my opinion. I thought that the density changes in 0.4 would have a bigger impact than they ended up having. I love the OG dodge roll. It was a skill issue. You and me both. Your character used to be massive and get stopped by everything. There was also like a 2-second animation delay where you couldn't do anything after you dodge rolled. Okay, that's bad. Built not bought. If that was the case, I do not remember that. The 2-second stopping sounds like poo-poo. I don't remember that. I just remember if you got surrounded, you couldn't dodge out of it. And I was like, heck yeah, good. Because now what do I do all the time? I get surrounded and I dodge out of it and I don't get punished. Yeah, you can run past everything. They need to do a pass on boss mechanics and monster mechanics to account for sprint. You can't balance everything around not having sprint when sprint is in the game. Sprint trivializes so much if you know how to use it. Well, Grink, I think the best campaign skip idea that I've like concocted or read, I don't remember which it was, is basically adding a set of interludes as a replacement for the campaign, because the interludes have basically no story unless you go looking out for it. And they're just, you know, content piece after content piece, and just have like 10 interludes instead of the 6-act eventual campaign that you could do. Or maybe a set of like 20 interludes and you only have to do 10 of them to get to endgame, so people could like choose which story path that they'd like to clear or something like that. I don't know. And you just have to clear the campaign once to access it. I think that'd be kind of interesting. But I don't think I'd ever be in favor of like just a full campaign skip. I think the perfect campaign would be between season 2 and 3 as far as difficulty. Hello, Exiled Ducko. What in the world is that? Kathy B. Cake. I've never seen that emote. I keep hearing PoE 2 is way too easy now in the campaign. Just curious if you guys know anybody new to the game who's saying the same thing. Well, okay. New to the game, I don't know. I guess I haven't talked to a lot of new players, but like first time, like my brother started playing ARPGs with PoE 2 and he thinks the campaign is giga easy now. I just think you can still have it be hard for new and experienced players. I think it's just, like bosses aren't challenging at all now. Bosses aren't challenging and you can run past everything. Like bosses die very, very quickly. And their abilities aren't as scary. Like Count Geonor, not scary at all, guys. They nerfed his damage. They nerfed the skill speed and everything. I loved that Count Geonor was a real skill check for new and veteran players alike. I remember watching veteran players get stuck on him because they were bashing their heads against a wall and refusing to adapt their gameplay. They weren't using dodge. They weren't using a cold charm. They were just ignoring mechanics and they got killed. Like, I feel like you should need to engage with mechanics. You should not. Oh, shoot. I'm being spammed with stuff. Oh my gosh. 1 second. Oh my goodness. Goodness. Let me see. The moment when you're playing a regular build and you are just trivializing like an entire boss fight on your first character of the season, I don't know. You can just auto attack Geonor down and it's kind of a joke. You could not do that in 01 or 02. I have it. I have the VODs up, guys. Those were I knew the fight in 02. Still a super tense fight. Okay? I had to practice it multiple times in 01. You know? I don't know. Right, Tesco's new to PoE, D2 veteran. He says it's way too easy. Ooh. Ooh. Try introduce a friend to the game who hasn't played before and ask them what they think. LOL. Let's see. Do I have any friends? I'll have one of my new church friends. I'll introduce them to the game. How about that? Yeah. 01 Geonor gave me chills. 02 Geonor guys, they nerfed like the speed of the ice blasts and and the damage, everything. I did love 01, but I don't think players need to get punished from the moment they start playing the game for picking the wrong skill, not getting lucky with a weapon. Well, the build not bought, I think that's the issue. There is too much balance placed within your gear. If GGG put more power in the deterministic methods of increasing character strength, they could balance the game to be harder. But because it's so swingy, right? Based on the weapon you have, essentially, right? For damage, they can't do that. You're totally right. I think build not bought, you're totally right. I think just from my perspective. Like I'm a fan in like D&D of high damage, low hit points. You know? Like, I like dangerous stuff. I don't like stuff to become a slog or anything. I think I kind of like that balance in the campaign as well. Hey, Suna, what's happening? It is certainly easier than it used to be, power creep, etc. Bosses can still be quite difficult for first-time players, though, in my opinion. Yeah, especially like learning the wow, goodness gracious, the mechanics. 100% Suna. What's going on, by the way, man? There was no issue finding weapons if you cleared the maps and picked up stuff, though. People could get very unlucky, man. When you've got 800,000 people playing through this RNG game, and they might have a specific, they might only be using spears, like, there is a chance, a pretty good chance, that they will not get a spear, like a rare spear, right? I don't want it to be on the end where it was when I played it back in March 2024. Somebody brought up in one of my comments, like, you were saying that the game was too hard. What are you were asking for them to nerf the game to Jonathan's face. Yes, I did. In March 2024, you are so right. Because the version that I played, guys, I fought Draven for 2 hours. It was, after every pack, I had to basically go back to town to refill my flasks. That was too hard. That was way too hard. That was ridiculous. That version was not the version we played in 01 or 02. I liked the 0102 version. Oh. All right, I think I'm hopping in. Yeah, I was on Draven for 2 hours. Yep. Literally 2 hours on Draven, guys. I was on the Devourer for 1 hour. It was insane. When I flew out to LA to play PoE 2 for the first time. Crazy. All right, I am hopping into the podcast now, everybody. Thank you for chatting this whole time. I'll still be watching chat. Where is it? Me too. There we go. Start virtual cam. Gotta put my headset on. Ugh. Headset. Hello.
I think you'd have to start listening to K-pop, Rabbit, if you were to do a music podcast with Miso.
I've been recently introduced to Ado.
Oh, J-pop.
Yeah, it landed in my. Oh,
you
that's
gotta
Japanese,
you
okay.
gotta be careful, Miso.
Yep, that's
or Rabbit.
That landed
sometimes
in my.
You'll upset some
stream
hardcore
playlist.
fans when you say that kind of thing.
Yeah, I was pretty
because
sick.
I didn't know that was not Korean.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember like one time I got flamed really hard once. I don't know if you know the band XG, but I called them K-pop once, and
which band?
XG.
Oh, well, they're a weird entity, all right?
Yes, they are. They're a
very weird entity. I would consider them K-pop, but
really interesting.
But they don't. They're a weird.
They don't
entity.
even. They sing in English, and they've got like people from like they're multicultural, so it's very
well.
weird.
K-pop groups are oftentimes multicultural, but they're a weird entity.
What up, Sai? By the way, hello.
What's going on, guys?
Right, sorry, we had an interesting topic about music.
Oh, you're good.
In front of me, she said goodbye.
I know that one. That's not K-pop though, right?
No,
That's not.
No, this is running in Miso's stream right now, and I'm.
Oh, it is.
I'm vibing.
Excellent.
Too many times before.
Is that Maroon 5?
Already on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. That guy has a few songs in the Paw Patrol movie. I'm sure you guys very interested in hearing that.
All right, let me slap us into the screen. Let's slap us into the screen
no,
so I can get everything set up. You did not just skip that. What?
You skipped a song? Was it Taylor Swift?
No, it was Here Without You.
Oh,
It's a classic. It's a goddamn banger. But you know, podcast gotta get started.
I was about to lay
How are
down
you feeling,
the law
Rabbit?
right here. 100 days will make me older. Oh, it can't be. So
Yeah, I was literally asking how are you feeling because I'm assuming it's super fucking early there.
What is it?
Seems like he's feeling fine.
What is it?
Feeling great.
3 a.m.
Did you sleep, Rabbit? Because
no.
you were up an hour ago. I saw you on Prada stream.
No, I've been up.
Dude, Rabbit, your hair looks
I've
great,
been
man.
up.
You look really clean.
Yeah, you normally don't.
It's-
That's what he's saying.
That's not what I'm saying. Did you get a new camera? Did you get a new camera?
That's
Like you look really
crazy.
nice, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, you look good.
No, it's the same camera as always.
Okay.
I need to turn on the light. It may
I
be
got a new
because it's
camera.
very dark today. Maybe it's the darkness that's making me look good.
Ooh. Could be it. Could be it. Ah, my back. Oh,
This is better, right?
old man.
Yeah, try. It's not getting old.
Old man. I know. 29 in 2 months. Ugh.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wait, you're not 30?
No, he's
No,
young as fuck,
dude.
No, he's a baby.
I am a baby. A baby.
I'm not
Yep,
saying that
he's
you
the
look
youngest
old,
one
but you
here.
just seem older.
Am I the youngest one here? That's because I have 2 kids. That's why. And my oldest just turned 4 on Sunday. So
Damn. Congrats, sir.
Better
Congrats.
not get banned with
Yeah.
those 2 kids then. Gotta-
she watched me do a map in Path of Exile 1 last week. I didn't know what else to do, but she wouldn't go to bed, and I said, if you go to bed, you can watch me do one map in Path of Exile. And she's never seen one before.
First step.
That's crazy.
I know.
That is the first step in making them do bench
That's
crafting
it.
for you. Or
Yeah.
something. There's gonna be or chaos orb slamming or something.
Yeah, it was killing Veritania, and she's like, "Oh, she has angel wings. Why are you killing the angel, Dad?" I'm like, "Well, she has a key that I need to get to this other guy, and he's a bad guy." Okay, let me tell you about Cirrus.
Bad man.
No.
That's my wife. Every single time there's something even close to like an animalistic thing on the screen, which that we are damaging or killing or whatever, and she's always like,
How could you? How many cats do you have?
"They're
Dead rabbit?
demonic animals, honey." What?
How many cats do you have?
2.
2? Okay,
We
so
would have
cats. Okay.
we would have way more if if that would be possible. We would have every cat in the vicinity in here.
Right.
If it wouldn't be.
Sounds expensive.
Not that bad. They're not nearly as bad as dogs, in my opinion. Dogs are very expensive.
Oh yeah, on the 4 screen it's still bad. Okay.
Yep. No, we're changing. We're
fixing.
changing.
I can stand up. I can be high energy.
Does he stand? Was he standing on our podcast? I didn't even
I don't
notice.
think so.
He was standing on mine. I don't.
Oh.
I can do a dance.
He didn't dance on our podcast.
Oh, he
That's
did.
unfortunate.
Oh, he didn't.
He did not dance.
Didn't
No, he
dance. Well, he has like a.
I want my money back.
I saw a clip of him doing like a dance with a disco light and everything. Got some high quality setup.
Let me see. Did I send you a knock? Oh, there it is. You
Oh, I
sent me a
sent you the knock.
Older. It's the last time that I saw your pretty face.
Face.
knock. All right, there it is. Do we have a shared chat on? Is that on?
My chat is it should be on. Yeah. Yep. I think shared
it
chat
is.
is on. Is it?
I don't know.
Start sharing chat. I have to press a button. There you go.
There it is. Boom.
There.
Big.
Excellent. My mic okay?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. How's our audio on your end?
Great.
Sweet.
Oh, yeah, I need to remind myself to keep checking the Elgato wavelength thing because this fucking thing always just turns off the compressor for some reason. So
Ooh.
yes.
That's really annoying. Yeah, I want to use Wavelength, but my mic doesn't work with the software because it has its own software, and for some reason it's like conflicting.
I have the Elgato mic, but sometimes when you mute it and then you unmute it for some reason it turns off all the effects you have on the microphone. And I have compressor, like a very slight compressor on the mic. But the most important thing is I have this noise reduction thing, which is basically a built-in noise gate. And if that noise gate is gone, I don't notice it, but like you can hear every single keystroke and my computer fan on the microphone. So it's ridiculous. I've had streams where I didn't realize it for like 6 hours, and people in my chat apparently don't like it's not a bother to them.
Well,
I
a
watch
lot
back
of
the
streamers
VOD
just
and I
have that
wanna-
shit going.
I want to.
Yeah, a lot of streamers don't care. They just have that shit. Either they
No,
don't care or they don't
I
have the
care.
technology for it.
I would have keystrokes in like a stream, and I hear the guy
Ooh.
like tapping his keys all stream. I'm gone.
Rabbit and I do have builds of the week. by
Yep,
the
I
way.
did pull them up. I pulled them
I
up.
don't even remember which one I had.
Yeah,
I
the
remember mine.
Mjolnir one.
I'm showing off a defensive thing. I haven't shown off defensive stuff in a while. Is everyone good for 90 minutes to 2 hours?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah. I mean, doesn't matter at this point.
You never know.
How many water bottles do you have there, Cal? I count 4.
I have a 5th one off screen.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Plastic, like, do you use single-use plastic water bottles like always?
Yeah. I should
That's-
probably like
is
invest
that-
into like a filter, but we have really bad tap water where I live.
Ooh.
Like
okay.
really bad tap water. If I drink
okay.
even like a sec of it, my throat just goes. It's
Okay,
funny.
yeah.
The reason why
That's
I drink
like
this
something-
much water is because I used to do esports commentary, and my voice used to go like hoarse. Like if you commentate for 12 hours of StarCraft, that's halfway through the day your voice goes hoarse. So I got in the habit of like every time I talk, you'll notice every time I talk and I stop, I'll drink. And
I mean, that's
just,
a good habit.
That's why I can't do it if I don't have the water here. I'll start like panicking. I don't know why. It's like a weird
Like
habit.
as a European, that is just unimaginable that you couldn't like drink the tap water. That's why I asked. I was like, why not
Oh,
just
it's
drink
really
the
bad
tap
here.
water?
It's
That's as a European,
like
that's
poison.
unimaginable.
It's like poison.
I live near a
Don't
place
drink
that
still
had
water here.
legendarily bad tap water. They got
Yeah,
sued by the
really?
government. Yeah, like really, really
Why?
bad.
There are some places that it's just
They had like
Yeah.
lead
It's so much older,
seeping
though.
into
Like,
it.
all the infrastructure here is so much older. You guys are like
I
so
live in
much
Texas.
newer.
This is the state where every time it freezes, children die because they lose power. So
That's
Like-
wild.
that's the infrastructure we're talking about. Just some places in Texas have really bad tap water. I don't know what the reason is, but
I'm not gonna say anything negative now because I just got my visa approved for the US, so I'm not gonna say anything negative. I love America.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Where are you going? Are you going somewhere specific, or you don't want to share?
Orlando.
Florida, bro.
Orlando.
Florida.
Okay.
I'm going
Okay.
Orlando. I can share it specifically. I'll be in Disney World next
cool.
week if you wanna. If
Oh,
anyone
that's
else goes to
awesome.
Disney World, you can say hi.
Very cool.
Oh yeah, next week Rabbit might be missing the podcast. We don't know yet. It's gonna be playing it
Yeah.
by ear.
Crimson will yap.
It depends a little bit on the time. I'm gonna talk to you guys. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
All right, should we get started?
Oh yeah, I'm good.
Yes, sir.
I will bring us in. Hey guys, and welcome back to the Path to Exile podcast, episode 36, partner with Mobalytics. I am KallTorak, and joining me per usual is Miso, Shiro, and Dead Rabbit. And if you're new here, we have our audio-only format on Apple Music and Spotify. So check us out there if you like that stuff, and give us a rating if you do, because it helps us out a lot. This week, we have back Talkative Try. I think this is the 3rd time we've had you on, man, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I got to say, you have that intro nailed. I'm kind of jealous because I still ramble every single time I do an introduction. So
It
nice work.
helps when you do it weekly. We've
True.
done 36 times we've done now. A little bit of lore for the podcast. I don't know if we've ever actually talked about this live on the podcast. Try was originally supposed to be like the 4th member of the group. It wasn't supposed to be the 3 of us with a guest. He was supposed to be like the host, and we were supposed to be his panelists. And
Then I exiled myself. I said, I can't do this.
I prefer
in good
horsemen.
faith. 4th horseman?
I prefer
horsemen.
horsemen in that case.
Mm, yeah.
Horse people.
Horse people.
I know all about horses. I know all about horse people, actually.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
oh,
Yeah, Uma Masume,
yeah.
right? That
Oh
game?
yeah, baby.
Yeah.
I play that game every day. I was playing it right before the stream, actually.
I was
Got a big
literally about
race
to
coming
ask,
up
do you
soon.
still play it? And I guess you do.
Yep, I got a big stream coming up, and you know what's on the back of my phone? I got a Uma Musume card. Look at
How?
that.
That's
It's a
wild.
Shadowverse card.
You can have my spot try.
Okay. Yeah. I don't even think I'm saying it right, honestly. Uma Masume? Yeah?
Uma Musume.
I just call it the horse game.
Horse game.
And everyone knows what you mean when you say it. Like, you don't need to say anything else. The horse game.
I remember, I don't even know if I should bring this up, but I will. There was an infamous video about horses by a really big YouTuber. What was his name? Ethan Klein? That guy? What was it? You guys, yeah, H3H3? There was like a React video back before Reacts were a thing about horses. One of the funniest videos I've ever seen on YouTube. Check it out after the podcast if you're interested. It's like 10 minutes. That's very good.
A random throwback to H3H3. Yes. Horse video, guys.
I remember watching it after college one night. I think we got, my wife and I were over our friend's house. We got drunk and we're just watching random videos on YouTube, popped up. I still remember laughing just, for an hour straight about it.
Well, what you guys been up to otherwise? Try, what have you been doing lately, man?
Well, I think I'm going to break the record maybe, but I played Diablo 2 all the way through for the first time recently. I played it when I was a child, but I never got past Act 3. So I always stopped right after Duriel. I came back for Reign of the Warlock. I played all the way through, almost entirely blind. Had a blast. I thought it was really cool. I have not played the real game yet. So no Nightmare, no Hell. I've been told over and over I haven't actually played Diablo 2 until I've played both those modes. So I'll come back and I'll play it. After that, I played the PoE 1 League. I no-life the heck out of that, you guys. 36 challenges in 35 hours. Less than 2 weeks. I know. I went completely... It was bad. I was staying up till 3 a.m. some nights. It was really bad. Now I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked. And I'm having a blast.
Cool. What you been up to, Rabbit?
I've been taking a little bit of a stream break. I'm just... I've been preparing for this podcast. It's 2 a.m. now. The 2 kids are in bed, and now I can finally do what's real the most important thing in my life, which is Path of Exile. So, yeah. No, I've been just... No, I think
their wives. Can you do a bigger wink to the camera, like really quick, like a wink?
No. No, it's been really fun. I've been taking a little bit of a break, and then next week I'm gonna be in the US for like a family thing, and then April 10 I will be back, and then I will be back full blast PoE 2. I am super excited to play PoE 2 again. I have a list of stuff that I want to do in PoE 2 still, that I've gathered over the past few days or even weeks at this point. I still have some builds that I want to explore. I want to check out some league starters that might be viable for 0.5. I am extremely excited for PoE 2. I was a little bit mad at myself past few days that I didn't go for a PoE 1 league, because I've been watching the league from afar a little bit on different streams and checking it out a little bit off stream, just to say that I played like 20 hours or something. I've been kicking myself a little bit that I didn't go with this league. But yeah,
one of the best out there.
From that,
one of the best out there.
Yeah. Yeah. From what I've gathered, it would probably
got
be
even better
there.
today.
So I was a little bit mad at myself. Well, it was a little bit mad at myself, but yeah. Now it's like gonna be 2 weeks until I will go back into PoE 2, and I'm super excited for it. I'm massively excited for it. I played a full campaign playthrough yesterday, just on a fresh character, just Chronomancer, all the way to maps. 6-hour nice little playthrough. It was already amazing. It felt amazing after playing Diablo 2 for like 2 months now. Feels amazing to play PoE 2 again. As much as I love Diablo 2, but the differences are insane. And I promise I will not talk about Diablo 2 anymore, because I've seen some people complain that.
Oh yeah, we've been talking about D2 so much the last few weeks.
Yeah, so that's where I'm gonna end it there. Yeah, I'm excited.
4 weeks.
We got 4 weeks.
Yeah, until the reveal for 0.5, probably.
I'd imagine roughly 4 weeks.
Yeah, something around there.
What have you been up to, Miso?
Well, I mean, since the last podcast, I did play a little bit more PoE 1, of course, finishing up my Spectral Shield Throw build, which is mostly done. It's still, I'd say, not a very good build. Elementalist Golems got nerfed pretty heavily in between last league, this league, but also Spectral Shield Throw is not quite the best skill out there at the moment in the current meta. So combining a nerfed Ascendancy plus a skill that's already kind of underpowered definitely is a little bit tough, but it's been a lot of fun. It's been a really good build. But since then, I have been head, knees, shoulders deep into Crimson Desert, and that's been a lot of fun. I've been having a real good time.
You streaming it every day.
Yeah, it's a very, let's just say, polarizing game.
Yes.
You either absolutely love it or you completely hate it, from what I can tell. It's really just
my dad loves it.
My dad really, that's awesome. It's a really good like sandbox RPG. Like if anybody's like into like Skyrim or like, you know, maybe like even like Breath of the Wild, those type of games, it's gonna be like a good time as long as you can kind of get through a little bit of the early game slog, and then get used to the controls. Hopefully they fix controls, but
the controls is the biggest complaint I've heard from people.
Yeah, here there's a mod for that on the PC, so if you just want to do that probably helps out. But yeah, it's not really quite like a Witcher 3 type of game where it's like a very story driven thing. In fact, the story's pretty bad, but I don't read the story anyway, so I don't really care. Yeah, Talkative tries like, my heart. My heart.
It's definitely not for everybody.
Guy.
How many hours until it gets good? I know you said the early game is a slog. Like, is it 20 hours before it gets good? 60 hours? Or is it like an hour or two?
I mean, it probably takes a while to get good. I don't even know if I've reached there yet. I was like watching a clip from I think it was Force Gaming today. He's like, yeah, until you like really reach the outside the game really started super clicking for me. The combat is so good once you get far into the game, you get enough skills and stuff like that. And like a lot of times it might even take somebody like 30 hours to get there. But I it started clicking for me like maybe like two, like I mean, I was enjoying the game a good bit even from the get-go because I don't really care about the narrative. And the controls I got used to pretty quickly, but I would say it probably took, for most people, it might take 5 hours to where it might start being like, oh, I see it. I see the vision. And then it starts just ramping.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, if you've seen the Steam reviews, they went from like 50% to like 70 or 80 in like a week. So it's like the first couple days it was like pretty negative, and then over time it's like now mostly
that usually happens. Reviews. That happens with rush launches. Cool. I'm in peak off season. I am so fucking bored. I moved on from PoE 1. I might go back and finish the challenges at some point, but I've just been playing just nonsense to fill the time. I've been playing Rust, Rocket League. I've been playing StarCraft and Heroes of the Storm just to like. I'm waiting for. There's a lot I want to do, like what Rabbit just said with PoE 2. Like I'm working on a couple builds and stuff, but I don't want to get into PoE 2 right now because it's too far away. I don't want to burn myself out before we hit 0.5. So I'm trying to like just not play PoE 2 right now, even though there's stuff I want to do. But I'm in just peak off season right now. I am so damn ready for this patch. But before we talk about 0.5 and what we want to hope for it, Try, what was your thoughts on Fate of the Vow, man?
Yeah, I ended up loving the patch. I think it's my most played one thus far. I got 2 characters to endgame, which is more than what I usually do, mid-90s. Both were using shapeshifting skills, which I ended up massively enjoying. And that was not what I expected after the first week. I actually quit for like 10 days straight after playing the first couple days of Fate of the Vow. Got very frustrated with the game. There were some other things going on that we don't necessarily need to get into today that led to the burnout from my end. But after taking that break, I came back, was playing with my friends, family, did a couple, more streams, and ended up really enjoying it. And we started, obviously, the second Wind League 2, which was super, super fun. And yeah, I think I sank like 100 hours into the game. And even though I wasn't a snake enjoyer, I just loved the gameplay of the Druid and just the overall feel of the game right now. So it was a good patch overall.
Did you dive much into Temple?
I didn't. I didn't follow any of like the, what does my brother call it? Like the Russian roads, something like that. You know, got the yeah. My brother's so into
Roman
that
roads or something like
Roman
that.
roads, right? And he's in Discord trying to explain it to me, and I'm just like, I'm gonna plot this here and get closer to Atziri again. That's what I did over and over. So I just kept going to Atziri. Yeah, but I had a good time. I played a lot of the druid stuff, like the bear. I got to like level 95 and wolf level 93, and I did like a Smithic Atava wolf build. It was a little interesting. I was pretty tanky. It was fun. So I really like the design of the skills, even though it's, you know, brain dead to make them work, because they're all perfectly slotted together. So you don't need any crazy tech. It's just there for you to use. And I guess that's okay to have in a game like Path of Exile 2 as well, in addition to all the, you know, whatever my brother's doing with all the cock stuff. Like, he has so many different cast on crit builds that he's trying to make work, like comets and lightning storm, all that stuff. I just like the basic stuff and just playing the game, killing monsters. So it was good.
Try. I've heard 3 stories about your brother, PoE2 related now.
Okay.
First one is that he started to landmine people once he got scammed himself. So he got landmined. For people who don't know, landmining is when you put up stuff for sale and you have a bunch of stuff for sale. And let's say you have 20 heavy belts for sale and you sell all of those heavy belts for 10 chaos. One of those, when people click them, one of those will be 10 divine. And then, oh god, basically that's a landmine. So Tri's brother got landmined, I think, and then he decided to do it as well. But he did it, like, you can explain it in a little bit. He did it in an even more sinister way. That's the first story I heard of your brother. Second story now is that he used the Russian strat on the temple, which is like advanced black magic fuckery for getting your temple as sweaty as possible. And then the third one, you just said he's doing like all the things, cast on critical, comet, cock, whatever it is. Tries your brother is sweaty.
So
It
here's
sounds like he's the opposite of you.
Here is the crazy thing. My brother has a 6-week-old. Okay. So he's been on paternity leave. Okay. And he has blasted PoE 2 so incredibly hard the past 6 weeks, just staying up, like, watching the kid during nighttime and playing Path of Exile 2 and getting super into it. And he doesn't use like build guides. Say again? Sorry. Good priorities. I know. That's what my wife and I.
Hopefully he doesn't get banned, though. That might get him into a spiral.
Okay.
That's very dangerous.
Okay, so he didn't exactly landmine. So this is what he did. He saw a video by a creator called Ones in the Chat where they were using Omens of the Ancients on regular belts to gamble them into headhunters with Orbs of Chance, okay? He didn't realize the belts needed to be a certain item level to make this happen. So he got screwed. He bought a whole bunch of the wrong item level. Somebody else was obviously tricking. And then he realized what happened and then relisted them for a couple of exalts higher. This was pretty early on in the league. And did the exact same thing. He like listed a heavy belt of the proper level and then a bunch of the belts that were underneath the item level right next to the heavy belt at the same price. So people were coming in, copying the strategy and not realizing that you had to have a certain eye level to gamble at a headhunter. So like it wasn't like a 10 exalt, 10 divine mistake, but it was scummy. I admit it's scummy. He's a villain. He's a villain. You know, he likes to play the markets now and everything. He's totally the opposite of me. I'll just be like I said, you know, just brain off using my Ice Wolf, just killing crap. And he's like flipping all these different currencies and explaining it to me on Discord. And I'm just like, yeah.
Oh, he's definitely been in my stream then.
Probably. He's
sounds like a Dead Rabbit viewer now.
He loves Miso. He absolutely loves Miso. I gotta say, he was using the Abyss stuff, the Abyss farming, and
that makes more sense.
He figured out the cock stuff himself. Actually, he's been trying to make cock work literally since 0.1, and he finally got it working.
There's a pill for that.
I know. I know. He loves Comet, but now he's using like Thunderbolt instead of Comet because the lag is too much with the Wyvern. There's too much clutter on the screen. Now he's using like Spark. I don't know what the exact skill is. And then is it Arc or something? It's like a one lightning bolt.
Is it the Mana Flare stuff that Rabbit was doing at the beginning league?
Maybe.
Like
maybe you did watch Dead Rabbit.
Flare, lightning bolt from like the.
See, that might be what it is.
Freaking the amulet.
That's what he's doing. So he'll take the Russian roads or the Roman roads, but he refuses to look up any build guides. He won't even use PoE Ninja, and I don't understand this. Like, it's crazy. He's gimping himself, and he's spending so much time with his infant in
Never
his
look
lap.
at build guides. Carve your own path.
I agree, but he won't even look up anything like on the wiki. He does everything in game, which I feel like in Path of Exile 2 is already a little hard. Unfortunately, I don't think everything is super well explained in the game, but maybe it'll come.
You got to follow your own heart.
Yeah, hey, I agree. I actually followed a build guide for PoE 1 this league, and it was beyond busted. That's how I got my challenges so fast. Like, you just get so powerful if you follow a guide step by step so quickly. I was doing nightmare maps at like hour 20, and I was like, oh, this is boring.
Yeah, I did Pox's Righteous Fire as my league start. It was very smooth. Very smooth.
Zish's Bone Shatter Bleed Gladiator, you're literally unkillable. I would just sit in a mat. I could not die. It was insane. And I had poop gear. Wild.
I've yet to do a super meta build in PoE 1. I've been doing weird things.
Yeah.
I've been having an okay time with it. The challenges, I need to do. I want to do them. I want that helmet.
Yeah, you can be the Burger King. It's really cool.
Helmet.
Yeah, I love it. Looks great in PoE too.
Yeah. Oh, you have it in PoE? Oh, yeah, you said you had it. So you can already see it in the game?
Yeah, it looks great. And it has 3 different variations. They're beautiful. Big fan.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
But the stories you hear about my brother are true, Dead Rabbit. And he has set himself up for success in 0.5. He's going to be in the, top 0.1%. I believe it.
There it is.
Good for him. Get that grind on. I'm excited for 0.5 launch. I want to go back to what you said about Druid, though. Miso always says that Druid feels very on rails, which I agree. You said it's a good thing. I think it's a good thing because it's very easy, just like a new player. I think Druid builds, especially specific shapeshift builds, will be a very easy point to, like, if you're new and you want an easy build that doesn't have too much complexity, but you can kind of do your own thing. It's like the Druid builds are the kind of way to go. And
yeah, and specifically shape-shifting skills. I think like the Ascendancies I thought would be poop, but they're actually pretty sick. Both Oracle and Shaman have a bunch of different use cases, and they're like very interesting, especially Oracle. I totally undervalued how interesting the Oracle extra nodes would be. But the shape-shifting skills, very basic, totally on rails, and I think that's a good thing.
I don't know how long it'll stay that way, though. Because, like, the reason why, and I've talked about this a couple times, but the reason why I think it's so on rails is because Druid essentially is 4 classes in one. You have Bear class, you have Wolf class, you have Wyvern class, and then you have Spellcaster class, right? And the amount of skill gems that they have available to you right now is basically the same as any other class that doesn't have 4 archetypes fit into one. So it's pretty hard for them. Like, it makes sense why it's so on rails, because each of them has to kind of work with itself, and because there's just such a limited number of skills available right now, it ends up being like, if you want to play Wolf, you just place all the Wolf skills on your bar and boom, you're done. Right. But eventually, as they add more skills, it's gonna not be like that anymore. I'm assuming, at least, but I don't know if that
is that specific to Druid, though, because it's basically everyone that can wield a talisman, right? Because I know,
that's what I mean.
Like, well, yeah, but we just mean shapeshift class, like the It's weird to call things in this game.
And Oracle, Oracle on its own is just so versatile that it can just basically play everything in the entire game. But yeah, Shaman probably is very lenient or like very adjacent to all the shapeshifting, right?
The talisman skills is basically 3 classes built into one, is what I'm trying to say.
I look forward to the day if you're right, Miso, and I think you are. It's just how far away is that, to be honest? Because they haven't really added new usable skills to weapon, like core skills to weapons, really, since each weapon has been introduced. Like, I'm imagining, Wolf could have some sort of like poison or disease spreading set of skills. Bear could have what the heck could Bear have, guys? I don't even know. More slams.
I honestly don't. I wouldn't be surprised if, like, I mean, obviously, long enough down the road, we're talking like 5-6 years.
Right,
Sure,
right.
will get new skills eventually, but I find it more likely if they're going to expand on Druid, they won't add new skills to the existing shapeshifts. They're going to add new shapeshifts with their own set of skills.
Ooh.
We already gotten teased that Druid was supposed to get a plant shapeshift. At any point, that can get dropped. There's plenty other like archetypes, like shapeshift styles that could be eventually introduced. I find that more likely than just a poison
Yes.
bear skills and stuff.
Give me a caster shapeshift. Yes.
I wonder what the plant one was
the-
supposed to be. Like, I'm really sad it got cut. Was it? It
Hopefully
was
it's
your
a
interview,
caster.
right? It got talked about, right? Try. It was your
Yeah.
interview.
Yeah, he didn't really go into depth. It sounded like it would be kind of what you see with the beloved plant caster stuff right now. Maybe I wonder if even like Entangle and stuff were ripped from the plant shapeshift and just made spells. Like maybe they were like, oh, we could probably spin this into a spell instead of a whole shapeshifting form. But by the way,
Yeah.
Entangle's sick. I played it off stream like about a month and a half ago, just in a solo run I was doing. Actually pretty cool. Like the whole Thunderstorm Entangle is very, very fun. So, and that is like a one button play style almost. But I was really enjoying it. So you were totally right, Dead Rabbit. It's a fun build.
I mean, I kind of wasn't. I just got very lucky. I couldn't have known beforehand that it would turn out this good. But yeah, I would say Entangle on its own is if you just see Entangle in a complete vacuum, it's probably one of the best just on its own best caster skills in the game. Our strongest caster skills in the game. And then you put Thunderstorm onto it. Thunderstorm on its own is strong, by the way. I just I played I did a campaign run the other day, like I said, and I just used Thunderstorm basically. Thunderstorm on its own is strong. If you combine the two with accelerated growth and whatever, it's insanely strong. And then as a support, you just have Thrashing Vines. That is what I mean. Plans is incredibly strong already, and we basically only have three
Three with
skills
Thunderstorm.
for it. If we get two more, the plant archetype could be something for the future, and I'm very glad I was one of the early adopters, I would call it.
I'm glad I ditched it. It was not for me. It's really good, and it's funny. Plants actually is like a super good like meta like twink leveling build. We're using threaded light. You're doing the spirit stacking to gain spell damage. You can clear the entire game with only Thunderstorm. Like it freaking chunks. It is so good. So I love Thunderstorm. It's
Definitely getting nerfed. There's no way it's staying the same.
I think what's the support gem with the shock stuff? I think that's absolutely getting nerfed. What's the shock support
Shock
gem?
conduction or whatever. I think
Shock
it's
conduction
called.
2, yeah. That's absolutely getting gutted.
Yep,
But
that's
yeah,
definitely getting gutted.
it's very overpowered. It's hard to it's just really hard to judge. We've had this conversation so much, but the cast on critical stuff, it makes it so hard to judge the state of certain skills because right now Plants is one of the best enablers for cast on crit, and it just makes everything seem so much worse.
So I've watched, some of the pods, but what's the overall take on cast on spells here? Like or cast on crit? You guys think it should stay in the game? Would you be okay with it being? What if GGG like nuked it from the game? They just said we're removing trigger skills. They're gone. What would the reactions be here?
Trigger skills are like they're fun. Like they're fun to like as a build maker. Trigger skills are fun to try and incorporate into the build. But right now it feels like very much like spell totems from PoE 1, where spell totems it's like the default way you play a caster build, and it feels like all end game caster builds end up cast on crit right now because it's just so much.
Spell totems aren't good in PoE 1. What are you talking about, brother? You don't use those in PoE 1.
They're pretty, well, from my understanding, they're pretty crazy.
I agree. I agree.
But that's what my feeling as cast on crit right now is just like you're like all roads lead to it. It doesn't matter how you get to it. I would like there to be all the cast on stuff be semi like PoE 1's got like cast on stun, cast on damage taken. Like I want shit like that added to the game too. But I don't want it to all funnel into Comet and then just doing a billion comments.
Right, that's the thing.
I think the biggest difference between PoE 1 and PoE 2 cast on crit and like the meta skills is that there's a huge cost for running cast on skills in PoE 1 because it takes up so you have to link it to the skills that it's casting for one. So it's like you have to link the trigger skill on top of the like the thing that triggers cast on crit and the things that trigger after it have to be linked to the same item. So you have to fill that up with 2 skills at least to make it work. And then also there's a lot more limited slots for that, right? Because cast on critical is it takes up 2 gems by itself. It's kind of hard to make it a main damage skill if you're kind of linking it to a socket that only has 4 sockets, an item that has 4 sockets. Though I mean, you can kind of pseudo like 6 link 4 socket items, but still, it's like I think that's like one of the ways that they balance it a little bit more in PoE 1. Just like it takes a lot more real estate compared to in PoE 2. Like as long as you have the spirit, you can kind of just do it. And I also think there's not that much competition either in the spirit gem category for spellcasters to where it's like, yeah, I mean, if I'm not running cast on crit or cast on ailment, what else am I running?
It always turns the screen into this mess of particle effects, which I just personally don't enjoy. I know we do have some cast on enjoyers here, but do you really think that's something that should be like constantly pursued in the game? Like if you watch any temple run, right? You're seeing them build, you're just seeing comets and the comet explosion. I don't know. I just feel like
So I
ah,
feel like I'm curious if like Temple is kind of weird because I don't know if Cast on Crit would be as meta as it would be if it wasn't for Temple, because a lot of people are
oh,
playing Cast on Crit because there's these annoying fucking mobs in the corner of the room, and you want to just be able to kill them with like as much ease as possible. And just
right.
having something like the Curse Cast on Crit build, which the Curse kikes the entire screen and then the Comet will kill everything. It's like it's one of the easiest builds. Like even Spark kind of struggles in Temple because some of the mobs won't be hit by Spark. So it's like Temple is almost like the highest level. It just requires
Hmm.
it to function just for like clearing rooms efficiently. Rabbit, you're the one that's done the Super Juice Temple. You can kind of answer that better though, and you're the caster main here too.
There, the thing about temple is also just like you don't usually in the game you don't have trash mobs or clear mobs, whatever you want to call them, that are this much of HP sponges. So in maps and even on a very far developed build way into the end game, even on the most juiced maps, there's no need for a cast on crit comet in any sense of the word.
Well, you
Like
don't
they
cast on crit
never
comet, you cast on crit arc
ca-
instead.
or cast on, yeah, or
Yeah.
like there really isn't a need because most of the time the cast on crit gets triggered when everything is dead already, depending on the build. Yes, I'm not like speaking for any build in the game. There's obvious differences depending on how far developed the build is and whatever, but mainly, and Cal said it perfectly, the main reason why cast on crit comet was so prevalent this league is because the super juice temple mobs, even the trash mobs, are just so high HP that you want this ever looping damage of it, which is just endless with cast on crit comet, to just make the temple not feel as weird or as slow or whatever it is.
Right.
I think it would be massively different if it's just gonna be mapping. And I think it's gonna look massively different. I think I'm to go into the question that Try had a little bit. I'm both a fan of cast on crit or cast on, whatever it may be, and I'm also a little bit against it because it shouldn't overtake every single character build. But as a concept, I really like it because I personally really like um evolving a character into a certain lazy playstyle. I think what the natural progression of a lot of ARPGs are is that you start off with a character where you have to do a lot to achieve a lot, and then with coming investment, and with more investment and more investment and more time invested, and both currency invested into the character and more thought invested into the character, you not only become stronger, but you also become also you don't have to do less to do that same effect. And that's why I really like the cast on playstyle, because it takes a little bit of, it basically removes a button or whatever. It just automates a certain part of your playstyle.
Right.
So I always really like that. I think in the current state, and this might be because of tempo, and let's see what the future holds for it. It's just a little bit too dominant, and it just makes every build look like it. And this is always a big criticism that I have about build variety in PoE 2, what I don't really want is that all the builds morph into one. I have the same problem
Yes.
with Headhunter. I have the same problem with Rite of Passage. Every build becomes a Castle Critical build. Every build becomes a Headhunter build. Every build becomes a Rite of Passage build. But I don't dislike any of those. They need to be adjusted, I think.
Yeah, that was the thought that was budding in my mind as you were talking. And great point on like the temple necessitating the comet use. But yet the fact that every build boils down to that, like that's the most powerful thing in Path of Exile 2 right now, I think is a problem. And my mind goes back to, I know we're talking about OG Vision here, but in 2023, I remember the devs were doing a showcase of the Druid originally, and they were showing a cast on shock, I think, gem or something like that. And
stun, I think.
Cast on stun, and he was like, yeah, you can automate sections of your build. You'll be sacrificing damage and power, but it will make it easier and smoother to play. You know, there will be other ways to get that power. And you kind of mentioned it there, Dead Rabbit, that you're not doing anything with your spirit as a caster if you're not using cast on. Like, there's no other options, right? That's like just the one way to scale your power and become ridiculously strong. So maybe that'll be evolved as the game progresses. I don't want to police fun or anything, but yeah, it is wild to see it. Like, you click on, like, sometimes I'll like click on like a cool showcase for a build, and it'll have an awesome name, and then it'll essentially just be like a cast on crit build. It's like cast on crit in a different form, essentially. You know, just more variety, like you said. I think you said it perfectly. So.
I've complained about it, I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, where I was like,
Oh, yeah.
this build's awesome. I'm just so tired of like showcasing cast on crit combo. It's like what he did to set this up is epic, but the end result is just a cast on crit comment build, and that's like starting to take away from the pizzazz that some of these builds have. And I don't blame them, because like some of these bosses, like Uber Arbiter, especially when you're doing them with like a group carries and stuff, like you need to be able to do 100 million damage, and cast on crit comment is the only way you can one phase it. It's like, it's not just the best damage, it's like the best damage. Outside of like doing the loops break, the things that like choir loops and stuff, like cast on crit comet is like one of the highest DPS, if not the highest DPS.
Yeah.
I think that like for me too, it's just the barrier to entry is, of course, if you want to get to like the crazy levels of scaling, you're gonna need a lot of gear to make it get to there. But if you just want to get it to an entry level, it's not that hard to really make it in there. Like, you don't need to invest all that much, which I think is probably the crux of the issue. I don't think anybody would have that much of a problem with it if it was like a super high investment build where it's like, hey, you're only doing this crazy amount of damage if you're like super invested. And if you're like kind of got low investment, it's kind of just like a pretty weak build. But it's not, but even at low investment, it's still like one of the stronger builds in the game. And I think for me, that's where I find the problem with it, because there's always builds that are ridiculously powerful in the game in both Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2. But what ends up being the builds like that are super powerful are usually the builds that do require a good bit of investment and commitment to the playstyle to actually get to that point. And that's why maybe people don't really complain about those builds as much compared to like something like Comet, which has become like the vernacular in Path of Exile right now. And even if you're not running Comet, you're running like Arc or something, which is what you would probably use if you were playing a mapping variant of the build. It's always at the end, like it's always that you just add Cock or like COE AE on it, or EA, whatever it is, elemental ailment. It just adds to the top of your damage. It's like, yeah, you could not run it and you could be fine in maps, but you can also run it and run maps even faster.
Yeah, I think maybe so. The way you know how companions, like you made a good point earlier, and I think everything you just said about this discussion, Miso, is like spot on with why it's it's so easy to access. When we did the second Win League, I transitioned to the Dodre's Undoing Cast on Crit Comet Curse build on my Blood Mage at like level 67. Like that's way too early on a league start to be able to pull off one of the hardest or the best performing Cast on Crit builds out there. I think it's super easy to get into, and that's a big problem right now. Like just like a solution, like maybe like you know how companions take a percentage of your spirit instead of a flat spirit. Maybe that's the direction they need to go with cast on stuff, because getting 100 spirit right now for cast on builds. That's not that hard. A lot of people are running like 300 to 700 spirit, and if it casted a percentage of your spirit, because like when what you said about PoE 1, I have never played a cast on build except for cast on channeling this league, and that's a good point. Where to do a cast on build in PoE 1, it's a big investment. You need multiple. You need the cast on. You need what's triggering the cast on, and then you need what's damaging it, and that's 3 jewel slots or gem slots. That's like a huge amount of investment, and like when support gems are of so much power. Like, and you don't have that loss in PoE 2. So if it's only 100 spirit, maybe it needs to go to like 40% of your spirit for cast on stuff. The entry is super cheap. I agree with you completely there. I don't know what the solution is. I don't want to see them go because they're fun, but your app, I think you nailed it. It's just they are so easy to execute, and they shouldn't be.
Pitchfork's about to come out. All the cock enjoyers out there are gonna
There's a
rise.
There's a lot of cock enjoyers, honestly.
I mean, which is basically everyone. Like everyone.
All the cock enjoyers are gonna
a-
rise. Please, Miso. What are you gonna say, Rabbit? Sorry.
I mean, everyone is a cast on enjoyer. Like literally everyone is, because that is not because everyone is just, oh my god, this is this is the most amazing thing. This is the most fun I can have. It's just it is the most efficient, and it's the path of least resistance, and that is always what these builds, especially in ARPGs, just come down to. It always comes back to that, and it's just yeah. I think that's not really on the build making community or on the build copying community. I think it's more on the game to evolve in a way where we just have more options that don't make us choose that path.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think everybody's a cock enjoyer though, because I don't like when I use the word lack of friction. Like I like the input. I like being able to like click a button and see something happening, or multiple buttons and see many things happening. I know, I'm crazy. Like said,
The image in my head when you just said cock enjoyer and friction, I just
Then he followed up with input.
I'm choosing my words very carefully. You gave me a lot of time to think there about what I was gonna say. But like I said, I used the shape shifting. So the bear, right? You're pressing a lot of buttons. I was using every bear skill. And with the wolf too, I mean, even though one is basically just a buff that you're pressing over and over, you're still like pressing a lot of stuff. And I like that input style of gameplay. Like I said, I'm playing No Rest for the Wicked now too. I really like how like every action that you take is very meaningful in that game. And I agree with you. There should be room in the game for both playstyles to be valid, but I don't think everybody who plays ARPGs likes to eventually become, cast on crit or cast on whatever. Kind of like Mega Bonk. I know a lot of PoE players love Mega Bonk. I played for an hour. I didn't even know what a Vampire Survivor was. It's all cast on. You just run around and everything just casts around you. I couldn't stand that game, but a lot of people do like that. And having that play style in PoE 2, I don't think is bad, as long as it's not always like the big dominant force or constantly like screen bomb it. I feel like there's a way to tone that in a little bit while keeping the power in play.
Yep.
Yeah. Before we move on to our first major debate, I want to ask you about ExileCon. The 4 of us get to go to ExileCon, which is going to be so hype. I'm going to make us record a lot of B-roll footage and stuff. We're going to do dancing, and we're going to do some silly shit.
Oh yeah.
What are you excited about ExileCon, man?
Everything. I think I was like a lot of you guys when I read the message from GGG, just in shock. just started making videos a couple years ago just because I liked the game. Never thought I would be there. Like it's crazy. I remember watching the first Exile Con in my apartment, the second Exile Con in the middle of the night here, like right there. Never thought I would actually make it out there. I mean, it's going to be spectacular. I'm just so grateful for the opportunity and just the experience. It's fun. It's going to be crazy. And I get to meet all you guys in person. It'll be so interesting. We can all size each other up. Man, I could. Nope.
Oh, there's not going to be there's not going to be a lot of sizing on this part of the.
What do you mean?
No,
That's
those who are shorty McShort. They're short kings.
That's not a problem. That's not a problem. You don't know how tall I am based on.
And they're not even that short. Aren't you guys say they're like 5'8"?
You seem tall.
Oh,
You seem
I'm
tall.
5'6", 6'5'7".
How much is that in centimeters?
Short kings.
I
I'm
think
like
it was like
171.
That when
Yeah, I think that was around the same. About the same.
Yeah, I mean, Miso, we can.
You'll be fine.
We can high five on head level.
You'll be
That's
fine.
perfect.
You'll be fine. That's
Oh.
fine. When I
I'm
worked
excited for
remote
myself.
in 2020, like when we eventually all met each other 3 years later in the office for the first time, everybody was like, "Oh, I didn't know you were, that tall, that short. Oh my God, that's crazy." So, we all have images of what we look like in person in our head based on what we can see here on the camera. So, it'll be fun. I'm really excited. Are you guys pumped? I presume you are.
I am
I'm
super
still
pumped.
riding the high.
I'm super pumped. I've reached out to GGG this morning because I wanted to upgrade my flight to first class, and I've only gotten cold responses from them. It's super
What?
weird.
What?
Only gotten cold responses from them. Don't
Wait,
they
they gave
know
you a
what I've
flight?
done for this game?
They
Don't
gave you
know
a
what I've
flight. They
done
put
for
me
this
on a
game?
boat.
I have a Discord with 5,500 people. There's stuff hanging in the balance here. Come on, GGG. If anyone got contact at GGG, please let me know because we need to get this right, guys.
I'm sorry.
It's gonna be a brutal flight. I'm not looking forward to the flight.
No, okay, that was a joke. I'm
Yes,
gonna
hey.
fly economy all. As we just established, I'm very short. Economy is basically my first class.
You could write like a Discord message about it.
It's
maybe.
gonna be 30 hours though.
Yeah.
The longest flight I ever had was one singular flight was 12 hours. That was kind of bad already. And
Oh,
this
dude, it's
one
gonna be
is gonna be a
miserable.
14-hour flight into another 12-hour flight.
Wow.
It's gonna be miserable.
Gonna be a long flight.
Yeah.
Hey, but I think it'll be worth it. I'm
Worth it.
very positive about it. Like I don't know. Like I'll probably just be hyped up the entire time, and then I will sleep on the way home so well, probably. I think.
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
I feel bad talking
Your
about it though.
predictions?
I feel bad talking
Don't feel
about it
bad.
in public. I don't know. Like
Oh.
now all my friends want to go too, and they can't go. Like my brother wants to go. It's like,
And
but it's New Zealand. It's cool. Do I have any predictions? Well, obviously 1.0, right? Like that's like the gimme.
course.
Whether it's going to release this year, like right after or not, I think that's up for debate. But I was talking about this on stream. I feel like grinding your games, they throw something out of left field constantly. So I feel like there will be something there that is going to surprise the audience and, the greater gaming community, whether it's something to do with like PoE 1 or some other game they're making. Like I feel like there will be something else there, but I don't really know what it could be. I was joking that Jonathan is, announcing that his Souls-like ARPG is in early alpha. They're on the side now making that since the PoE 2 Souls-like combat didn't work out. But I feel like there will be something. Do you guys have any outside the box predictions?
do you guys
No.
not have phones?
That was
Oh,
already
it's a
announced.
people mobile game.
That was already announced. Come on.
I mean, they're gonna announce the official release date.
Maybe that the site.
Is it supposed
like-
to be a separate game?
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a prequel to Path of Exile 1, and you are working with Valdo and Dominus going into the early designs of the map device. It's pretty sick.
Is this like a thing where GGG's developing it, or is it one of those situations where they're like outsourcing a mobile game development to a third party?
The guy who made the console version of GGG was like the principal developer for the mobile version, but because they needed to optimize PS5 and Xbox and controller, they like canned the mobile for the time being and moved everybody over to console. So maybe now that PoE 2 is shipped, maybe they moved them back over to mobile. So
Cool.
Yeah.
I've
I-
never been a
I-
mobile
I-
gamer.
me neither.
I have something like very, very recent now. It's not really a prediction for like ExileCon or for 1.0. It's just something that I personally have never thought of, that I just talking to Prada like half an hour ago or something before the podcast, talking to him, that idea kind of blew my mind 30 minutes ago that he had. So I just wanted to put it on the podcast as well. It's kind of very current as well because of some drama that happened today that I've maybe veiled mentioned already 3 times on this podcast, but I don't know. But a bulletin board. Prada said he or his viewers, or I'm gonna give full credit to Prada here, has an idea for a bulletin board where you can host services inside of the game. Basically, a currency exchange for services that now are outside of the game in Discords or whatever it may be. That you, for example, you post on a bulletin board, I can do your ascendancy carry for 1 divine. And then there's a limit on the bulletin board. There's like, because these services will always be somehow in the game. There's always going to be like a service industry within a game like this, like ascendancy carries, maybe even an act rush or a boss carry or whatever. Why not? Why not make it an in-game thing, like the currency exchange, like the asynchronous trade, and put that stuff into the game. So all the third-party stuff that a lot of people are not eating the cake on, or whatever you want to call it, are gonna be in that.
I mean, don't they already?
That's in PoE 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in PoE 1. And also, how do people get into public parties? Because I know in PoE 1 they have like a public party bulletin.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking of. So I'm like, I was thinking that was already in PoE 2, and I didn't know if they removed it or not. Because I know
I've
people
never
always
seen
talk
the PoE
about
2.
Not in
it's just
PoE 2.
not functioning in a way where it's like
Yeah.
bang on.
Oh,
So
it's
I've
crap.
seen, like,
The UI's
people-
crap in PoE 1 as well.
I've seen
if
people
they-
talk about like adding a tab for like mirror services to get like that more in game. Like if you wanted to, like GGG could like normal like market price like the fee for mirror services, and you just like put your mirror item in a little pedestal, and anyone can come in, mirror it. You get the fee costs and stuff. Like there are ways they could add some of these in game. I come from MMOs where like anytime the game developers have tried doing these like bulletin board type stuff, it always gets filled up with the worst spam, and the people that Rabbit's talking about don't actually get the chance to like show like I'm the one doing it. It's always the spammers and stuff. So it would have to be like designed very well by GGG, and they would also have to be moderated by GGG. They would have to be banning the people who
That's
are
true.
spamming the stuff, which I am all for. I think this would be great for the game, but I'm just like, from other games
That's
I have
hard to
played,
do.
it has to be done right, and it has to be usually moderated. If there was a specifically, like you said, the Ainge type thing where I can go in and like literally click mirror service or like a Secamus carry, like there's an actual whole UI for each of those things. At some point, it's just going to get flooded with like people like listing their services for 1C, and then you whisper them. It's like, I'm not actually charging 1C. I'm charging 30 divine. So like it has to be so moderated that it's a good idea, but GG would have to
in an
do it right.
idealistic world, the idea, I think, in my opinion, is very good. I'm not opposed to having, like, especially in online-based live service, ARPGs, or whatever game it may be. It's ridiculous to think that there's not going to be any third-party stuff ever going on. And I think there's a lot of third-party stuff that is not malicious or whatever, as long as if there's always like a mutually beneficial transaction, I have no problem with that. I would just like to have it more. I think you can then. I think just in it, like the thought of it, when I heard it from Prada like 30-40 minutes ago, it just
a good idea.
It
It
felt
is.
really good. It's gonna be. I'm not saying like it's something that I expect to be in the game anytime soon, or it's just something to think about, because I think that would be a lot more like I don't know. It would be better for a lot of people,
For sure.
because I've seen some Reddit comments today within all the drama of what happened today. I've seen some Reddit comments today of people like, people with thousands of hours, or apparently they said like 1,000 hours in PoE 1, didn't even know what that like what TFT is. So it's yeah.
I think it's
No, it
always
makes
just
sense.
hard. It's always really hard because if you think about
Oh,
it
are
this
we
way,
back to Cast on Critical?
yes, exactly.
Mm.
If you think about it this way, right? It's not like a lot of these party systems don't exist in other games, and you can think about it this like I don't know if you guys remember this and if you guys experience it or not in Path of Exile, but like back in the day when you had like an MMO, you're playing MMO, you'd always be chatting in your guild chat, like, hey, whatever, and you have a bunch of conversations. That doesn't happen to me anymore in any of the games I play. It's all on Discord. All the conversations are on Discord. It's just way more convenient. The way that I think about it is just no matter what tool they build in game, Discord is probably just going to be the place to be. It's just going to be more convenient.
I have to say, I have an extremely active guild in PoE too. In my guild during League, you get kicked when you're offline for like 3 days, and we have new, more active people. I have an extremely active guild in PoE too.
Are they? What I mean by that is, are they like chatting in the guild chat, or are they
Yes.
using?
You could have like brief 2 seconds conversations, but the problem with guild, like I don't know how actually, if like there's no like snapshot of like over like 3 days, right? Like if you have to be online reading the chat when
it's
you see
much
that.
more
So like
in the
it's
now.
that snapshot, that matters.
It's like ephemeral.
Sorry,
It's nice. That's like I was gonna say, not a guild chat enjoyer, but I am a global chat enjoyer. Like that, I changed my name from Talkative Try to something else in PoE1 this league, so I wasn't like recognized in global. But like you can find a nice global chat, and people are like talking the entire time. It's like old MMO vibes. It goes back to like when I used to play Dungeons and Dragons online. We would be chatting in guild constantly, like shooting the shit. I was doing that a ton this PoE1 league. It was fun. You have to find the right one though, because some of them, they get a little spicy, but it's nice. I like that feeling. I think it still exists, but you have to go out and seek it. It doesn't just hit you in the face like it used to, where that was just a part of the game. Like you had to do that to find a party, to find another group of players. Now it's so much easier to do it outside a game. You really have to seek it in game to get that experience.
Because back then there wasn't a choice.
Yeah, there wasn't.
To do it in game.
Yeah. Yep.
Nowadays there is the choice to just do it in a Discord
And
or
it's
something
easy.
like that.
And it has the log, like you guys were saying, like it's always going to exist. You can go back, you can read, become friends with the people, stuff like that. So
yeah, and it's like
Get
you can build a
banned.
reputation.
Yep.
Yeah. Whereas in game, it's a lot harder to build a reputation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't have the logs. You don't have the whatever.
Yeah.
You can everyone ping 700,000 people with your personal grievances. It's amazing.
Well, let's talk about campaign skips. Well, did you guys? Well, we've talked about our predictions on ExileCon plenty on the podcast. Did you have anything else you wanted to mention about ExileCon? Try.
Yeah, you mentioned getting like B-roll and stuff. Yeah, we got to do some. I know we're gonna enjoy it, but we got to do some content too. Okay, we're content creators. We're gonna be in the flesh. We'll have to do something together.
We talked about maybe doing a hot tub podcast.
I'll do it if the hotel has a hot tub. Like I haven't done my travel stuff yet because my wife had to renew her passport because her name changed. But once I get all that and if there's a hot tub, let's do it.
No joke.
What?
If there's an area where there's a jacuzzi and we can all fit in there and we can do it, that would be amazing.
Oh, I think we could do that. I'm gonna bring like all my crap.
go.
So, or I'm gonna have like I'm gonna buy some mobile crap. So we can all co-stream. It'll be good.
We are planning. I'm probably flying out a little bit earlier than we talked. I might fly in on Monday, but we're planning a full content day where like we'll just make content and do fun stuff. So
nice.
Hopefully, podcast with multiple people and just like fun stuff right around ExileCon. I'm sure we'll be making content.
Yeah.
I mean, we discussed maybe like throw out the idea. Maybe we do a Uber podcast where we get all of us in here, Gazzy, DM, like just a big old super podcast.
Well, I try to petition my friends at GGG and be like, let us do an Uber podcast panel on stage at ExileCon. Like, that'd be very cool.
Literally, what's so funny is my dumbass, like, in the response email to them inviting me to ExileCon, I was like, I'm so excited. Thanks. Can we get a podcast on the stage for a panel. Like literally, my response, I just went for it. Like I wanted, yeah, I would love to do something on stage.
Always shoot your shot.
I assume.
I didn't shoot my
assume.
shot yet, but I will. I will 100%. If given the opportunity. That'd be insane. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that, like Dead Rap? Can you imagine if like freaking Nick is like, yeah, so go on stage. You're gonna play Act 5 right now in front of everybody.
We'll have Act 5 by then.
Yeah.
We'll have
Dude,
Act
I
5
would-
by then.
Can you
I would
imagine?
Lose my mind.
Isn't that insanity?
To be involved in anything, I would be so grateful. I'm grateful if they just said like we just invited you. I'm just grateful to be there. Like
Yeah,
fuck
sitting in the
anything-
audience.
Anything else?
Just like
Yeah,
Anything
I'll
else?
sit in
I
the
would
audience.
be beside myself. That would be amazing. I don't want to be this whole
Even if they didn't
stereotype
let
of a
me inside, I'm
narcissistic
happy to just
streamer
go.
person. So
Yeah.
I'll just be grateful and thankful, and I would do anything. I would go onto the stage and announce like the mobile
go play a
version of
cock
Path of
build on
Exile 2 in a
stage.
fucking maid dress. I don't care. If Jonathan asks me to do that, I will do that on all fours.
before the big Path of Exile 1 reveal, my Discord was joking about, they're gonna have me go on stage and announce the sunsetting of Path of Exile 1 right before the big PoE 2 announcement. But yeah, I would, like you just said, on all fours, I would do it. I'd honestly do it. I'd just, it'd be fun. Be good. Would you do a hot tub podcast on stage though? That's
Yes.
the thing. Yeah?
Sure.
Probably.
Yeah? Okay.
Let's do it.
100%.
All right.
I just realized that I could place the rabbit behind me like this, and then it's
Oh,
Got
you
ears, dude. Very nice.
perfect.
That was it. Nothing else. I'm pumped. It's gonna be good. 7 months.
7 months. So it's gonna be so fun. What's not gonna be fun is a campaign skip debate. Miso, I'm gonna let you take points on this one. You are the demon who brought this topic to us a few weeks ago. We've been
The
holding off on
demon.
it.
Demon of
I think we talked about
Otzowaddle.
it before.
Yeah, wasn't it with Try too? I don't remember who we talked about.
I
Maybe.
don't remember. Maybe.
I don't remember.
I'm gonna go
I
look.
mean, sure. I could bring us in on this one. I mean, so this last week it started because we had a conversation about how in Path of Exile 1, you have very specific builds for for different types of farms. You have builds that are really good at those farms, and for other farms, those builds might be really bad. So
Yeah.
in Path of Exile 1, characters are pretty specialized, right? You start off with the league starter, and then after that, you branch off and make like a character that's like really good for a farm that you want to do. Now, in Path of Exile 2 right now, every character can basically do every type of farm. But we're seeing things like the Omen of Light farm for Abyss, where there are some characters that it's not that they can't do it, they're horrendously bad at doing the Omen of Light farm, right? Because they can't pull the mobs out of the void, they're killing them in there, and they're getting lieges. It's really bad. So it's like potentially GGG is starting to shift Path of Exile 2 in more of that direction. And that begs to the question of when we are getting this shift where potentially your first character in a league might not be able to do everything anymore, would it make sense, given that we have a more, casual audience, or at least that's the kind of the goal potentially with Path of Exile 2, would it make sense that after your first character, you have some sort of way to expedite your second campaign run? That way you can get that character to a higher point faster to be able to get to that farm that you want to do. Because it does suck when you're a type of person who has, maybe an hour or two a day play per day, and then you can't make that second character. So that doesn't make sense to have some sort of it doesn't have to be a skip. It's like to make the second campaign just expedited for that league. Maybe it's like after you beat Arbiter, for example, you unlock the ability, you get a token to get a second character up faster or something.
I don't know. Chat's going in on you already. I have my response. I was thinking of it already before chat wrote it. You're describing like Twink Uniques pretty much. Like you.
Well, not everybody can afford Twink Uniques on the second
Whoa,
character, man.
whoa! How expensive on asynchronous trade are they? There's no way they're.
Some people, maybe it's like they mess up their character or something. I don't know.
Then they're not getting to Arbiter. They mess up their well,
I mean, I guess that's
he's pretty
true.
easy to get to. I don't know. I don't think they'll ever add a skip, but I think it's an interesting debate. I do, especially because other ARPGs do it in various ways.
Yeah.
I just think
Because here's my thing, right?
Okay,
I think
alright.
the no skip is a very old school ARPG mindset. I think that it is a very like, hey, this is how things have always been, so we're gonna keep it that way. Like, in reality, most people don't enjoy their second run as much as their first run. But I mean, it's a hard debate because like if you add it in there, nobody's gonna ever not skip or like not like skip, but like expedite their second campaign run, right?
Oh.
But it's it's just I always feel for those people that like don't like they want to try out these new builds, they want to try out these other characters, but like they can't because of time limitations.
That's an
It-
argument
I'm
against
waiting for
campaign
the-
skip. You can start trying out the build in campaign with specifically tailored uniques to that build.
Well, I don't know. Like, there's skills that take you can only unlock them at level 55, and then you need to unlock crit to do cast on crit. Now you
It
can't
takes-
play that build.
Stupid cock enjoyers. I knew it all came back to cock. Oh my
For
god.
3 to
It
4
did.
hours. You can fully enjoy that build you want to play for 3 to 4 hours. That is how long campaign takes.
That's how long
even
it takes for
on-
you.
on-
That's how long it takes for you.
I think we got
with-
some
with-
exaggerators.
with some twink gear. It doesn't have to be like insanely good twink gear. With some twink gear, if it takes you on your like not your first character, if you are able to put good twink gear on another
Right.
character,
I
and if
think
it
the
takes you more
average
than 6
campaign.
hours to finish campaign with twink gear, I think we have we have different stuff to talk about than campaign skip.
I'm sorry, but
It's
I think
fine-
the
it's
average
fine if
person's
you
campaign takes about half a week. I think
Good.
the
On
average
okay, what's
person.
wrong with that?
character?
What's wrong?
No,
But
I'm
what-
not talking
okay,
about
also
twink gear. I'm
that's
saying
fine.
like. I'm saying like so if their first character takes half a week, the twink character is not going to be
Fresh
up
character,
to
yeah,
at
that's
like
fine.
3 to
That's
4
fine.
I think
3 to
that's
4
fine.
hours.
But if you're but you can't complain or you can ask for something to circumvent if you're actively saying like it's totally fine if you take your time, but you can then say I want to skip this because I'm actively not trying as hard, basically. Because if you would just put some effort into it and get the twink gear on it, like the minimum effort, you are if you it's 6 hours tops for a whole campaign run.
Again, I think you are vastly overestimating how long it takes
On
for
it,
somebody.
I'm talking strictly about not the first character. First
And
character, I
I'm
don't
talking
care.
about, and I'm not talking about somebody like us. I'm talking about somebody who's just playing the game average. Maybe they're playing an hour or two a day, something like that, right?
That's a lot, brother. Hour 2 a day. Lot.
But,
I mean,
but
yeah,
even
exactly.
if it's 8 hours, even if it's 8 hours, that's still if you spend 100 hours on another character, that's still nothing. I really hate this discussion because it's
I hate it so much because
ridiculous.
like there's so much like one, I don't think people want a campaign skip. They want to like a campaign skip. They want a end game skip. They want to get to level 70 so they can start doing the fun stuff in end game faster. So what these people who are wanting a can skip want, they want a faster way to get to end game, which means alternate leveling systems, like introducing delve from level 1, or introducing like lesser waystones where you can do mapping from one.
Well, what I would see it as is you would it would take your character to the tier 1 map level, which I think is like
no, that's
64.
fucking garbage. That's absolutely trash because there's so many things wrong with that. There is so much from level 1 to 70 that fuels the economy. Lesser essences, low-level skill gems. You add a campaign skip, someone like me who levels 14 characters is no longer fueling the economy with lower-level stuff.
Well, I mean,
we're going straight into maps. That's like
how many lesser essences are there in the economy after month 1?
So many people do low-level crafting. So many people use this stuff.
I mean, if you go into the trade right now and try to buy a lesser essence, just tell me how easy that is.
And it'll be a lot harder when everyone's skipping the campaign on their alternate characters.
Well, I mean, if it goes from
trying to break up the podcast with
if it goes from 3 essences to 0 essences, is that big a difference?
It's only 3 right now because months into the league, right?
Well,
But
it's
that
probably
wouldn't be
like
the case
10 like a
month
month
1.
ago. It was like a 10 a month. Well, month 1, most people
Well,
wouldn't be
hold on. Let me
skipping the
finish
campaign
let
at
me
that
finish
point.
everything I want to say first. First of all, like there is massive economic implications to a like again, we're not even talking about campaign skip. We're talking about a boost to endgame. You're asking for a level 65, 70 boost, which is not a campaign skip. That's just fucking trash. Anyone that wants that, like I'll be that guy that's like, this game isn't for fucking you if you want an endgame skip. Period. And GGG has specifically said themselves, and this is what I love about this quote: if you want to skip the campaign, then there's something wrong with the campaign.
There you go.
GGG needs to fix
There you
that.
go.
Well,
Like
Yes,
the idea
I
of
agree.
a campaign skip, especially when we don't even have a finished campaign, is absolutely clown tier. Like we don't even have the full campaign done. Why are we asking for? You're asking for development resources to be made to spent on something like, again, either we need an alternate leveling system where it's like delve from level 1, mapping from level 1, whatever systems Diablo does, or you need a level 70 boost, which absolutely fuck that. That's crazy.
well, it's not about the campaign not being fun. It's about like when we get into the system where people don't have characters that can do everything anymore if they go down that path, right? If I want to make a character that is like, hey, I made a character for Delve, but this league I'm actually really hating Delve. But I really want to play Harvest. I don't know. But my character does Harvest real bad. So what do I do? Just quit the league? Or do I but then I can't make
see
another
ya.
character.
If you don't want to level another character in this game, see ya. Like,
I mean,
I'm not
I think
defending
that's-
this person.
That's,
Like,
that really
we have a
sucks, though.
solution to that problem. Like, you play a meta build that can do all content. That like we have builds for this type of person.
I think there are
Path of Exile 2, maybe, but I wouldn't say like if you have like a character in Path of Exile, like not all characters can do Delve, for example. Like my character definitely couldn't do Delve in Path of Exile 1.
Well, yeah, you have to make a delve specific build.
Yeah,
like,
but
I feel
exactly.
like that's
So
a
it's
good
like
thing.
halfway through, I realize this new mechanic is not for me, or like this mechanic is like, I don't like it at all. But I want to
What's
do
the
this
famous
one.
Dead Rabbit quote from like 20 episodes? Tough shit.
very famous
Is that
quote.
what you said, Rabbit?
I've heard that a lot.
I'm not quite with both of you, by the way. Like, I feel like you're both too far into the extreme.
Defend anything about a campaign skip or an endgame boost, Rabbit. Defend it, please. What do you see that would be added?
No, I'm
here?
against. I'm
That's what we're
against
talking
it
about.
for-
Like, what about a
for
campaign
other
boost and
reasons.
an endgame boost? Okay, well, what reasons?
I just think that it is completely overblown, because if you
Well, yeah, I agree with that too.
it just seems like people are acting like it is such a I get it on the first character. I'm completely taking that out of the equation. But if you actually just spend not even 15 minutes on just checking what kind of items can I put onto another character for another campaign run, it is literally I'm even putting it up. Let's say it's 10 hours. What is that? What is 10 hours for getting a character into endgame, which already is playing the game, by the way? People are acting like that you get to the promised land while you're in endgame. You get to endgame and then you're mindlessly doing maps and you're telling me, oh my god, I don't want to do another campaign run again, but you want to run spring 100 times over? Like, what is that? What is that logic? What is that logic? It's like, oh my god, I don't want to play the game to it is it is ridiculous logic. It makes no sense. Either you like the game or you don't. The campaign is amazing, in my opinion. The campaign is absolutely amazing. It is super fun to play. You can start playing the build a little bit as well. You can at least go into the archetype already, and you can have a campaign experience that is actually enjoyable because you can min-max your campaign run a little bit. That is actually fun, by the way. You can see like, oh, I'm playing I'm playing what is oh fuck. What is the EF again? The little balls you shoot.
Ember Fusillade?
Yeah, I'm playing an Ember Fusillade Titan
Oh.
in campaign now, and now I'm taking like 20 minutes to itemize this character, and you can also challenge yourself. Damn, imagine that. Challenge yourself a little bit to go fast through the campaign. Even for a casual player or for the player that you described, Miso, that doesn't play the game a lot, dude, is it really that? Is it really that out of fashion to sometimes just challenge yourself a little bit for stuff? And don't people saying that the campaign is like nails on a chalkboard, then actually, I'm with KallTorak a little bit, then the game might not be for you. If the campaign is that bad to you, the game might not be for you. I don't get it. How are you saying that the campaign is so bad when then you're like, oh, damn, but I really like one-shotting Zesht over and over again? Huh? That is that is a cognitive dissonance of insane proportions, in my opinion. So it is just a ridiculous argument. That's why I hate this debate. That's why I hate this topic of discussion, because it also will never happen. I can tell you right now, it will never happen.
Well, yeah,
And
GG. If Jonathan's in charge, it'll never happen. Jonathan has specifically said
yeah.
the thing about the campaign. Yeah, me. So my question. Sorry, sorry. I get really passionate.
What's Try's opinion?
My opinion? Go for it, Cal. Finish your thought. Go for it, man.
Well, I just wanted to ask Miso, like, you play more ARPGs than me by a lot. Like, what is a campaign, and like, what is, like, are you like actually just proposing on your second character? You just like you can like create a character and it starts at level 65 in maps. Like, what does a campaign end game skip look like to you that you've seen from other games? Because to me, that, like, I'm thinking from an MMO perspective where you just spend $60 and then you boost to 80, right? Like, obviously it wouldn't be paid for, but like, what is a campaign skip to you, or whatever the solution, the end game skip rather?
I mean, first of all, like, I couldn't care less about what happens. I like playing multiple characters, right? I think I just want to establish there. Anybody's listening, I don't care whether this happens or not. It doesn't affect me because I have the time, and I'm the person who does like playing multiple characters for the campaign. I enjoy it, but this is for like I see so many comments all the time about people like, I don't have time for another character. I don't have time to do this. And then when we have the conversation about like specialized characters, and I'm like, oh man, it sucks. So just to make it clear, I don't care what happens about this, right? If it happens, great. If it doesn't, whatever. But for me, when I think about this, it could be multiple ways. It just depends on how they want to implement it. It could be like a situation with like Last Epoch, where you get kind of like an expedited campaign, and then you get through the campaign a little bit faster. You still end up in the same place. And by the end game, your character is still like end game level, whatever. That's like a play they could do it. Another way they could do it, of course, is the full skip, where it's just like, I don't have to do the campaign. I get a character level 64 or whatever, and then it's just naked, and then I have to deal with the gear myself. But it's just some way to make the campaign a little bit faster for that person who doesn't really have as much time to get that second character up. That's about kind of like what I think about it as. But yeah.
No, you're good. No, I totally understand what Misu's saying, because I've seen that comment before as well. But what I always point people to is the concept that we brought up initially. It's like twink uniques, twink leveling, just passing down gear from your first playthrough. Like, instead of tossing crap or vendoring it, putting it in your stash for that second character that you might make, to make it a lot easier. As we all know, you have one good weapon, you're speeding through the campaign. You're killing bosses in a couple seconds. You're one-shotting every single white mob, all the res. You are running through the campaign at a rapid pace.
Like endgame.
Right. It is just right. It's just like endgame. So, but I honestly, I think this whole campaign issue is kind of like a psyop from the ARPG community, because ever since I started playing PoE 1 back in 2019, everybody's always like, campaign's a tutorial, real game doesn't even start. Campaign's a tutorial, doesn't even start. And Grinding Gear Games, as I think, Cal, you pointed out the quote essentially from GGG saying, hey, if people hate the campaign, we're doing something wrong, we're going to try to make it better. They built this game specifically to try to make the campaign a part of the game. They wanted to do this intentionally. They realized the situation that PoE 1 is in, and that every other ARPG is in, where everybody's like, literally not a part of the game, doesn't matter to character progression. And I think they're actively trying to fix that ideology in ARPGs with PoE 2, where it's not a tutorial, it's a part of your character's progression. And I do feel that, and I right now, and I hope I feel that even more once we get acts 1 through 6 all the way through the game. Because the moment I hit endgame, it just feels very different to me. Like the game swaps, I know we haven't really talked about this, but the PoE 2 campaign feels like such a different game from the end game still, and I enjoy that way more. And I'm like shocked. Everybody always praises the campaign that I see like online usually, but then they also talk about wanting to skip the campaign, and I'm like, what is going on here?
There's a big
like
difference, because the biggest difference you will never be able to solve, it's just never going to happen, no matter what they do, is that in endgame, you're actually growing your economy. You're actually finding valuable loot that's going to be giving you money and growing your character's economy, which just doesn't. That's why solo self-found players don't mind the campaign as much. That's why hardcore solo self-found players are fine running the campaign all day, because the economy doesn't exist. But when you're in the trade environment, no matter what you do, because it will be completely unbalanced, if you're able to gain a significant amount of income in the campaign, you will never be able to grow your character's wealth in the campaign. And that's what a lot of people play the game for in the end game. They play it because I want to get the divs, I want to get the tinks, I want to get whatever, right? And they want to find a way to get to that point where they can get their second character up fast enough to where they can start getting that feeling of, yes, I'm hunting for that next thing now. Because when you're doing the campaign, it's hindering you from actually being able to play what you're playing ARPGs for, which is loot farming. You can't loot farm in the campaign.
I think it all just comes down to perspective. I think a lot of people do play for the loot farming. I think, I don't know. I don't though. And I do think PoE 2 has a little bit of a different audience. I mean, I do, but it's not like the primary thing. Like, I'm not always just excited to get that next tink to maximize my div per hour. And I do think that there are a lot of players out there who also follow that. But they're not necessarily the people that are participating in online discussions. They're not looking up how to farm, the most div per hour, how to play the most maximized build. They're just probably enjoying the game, probably enjoying the campaign and the end game. And that's why I think this campaign skip discussion on almost every video I see talking about this, every Reddit thread, it's always like 90-10. Like, campaign skip. I need to get to endgame. I need to do exactly what you're saying, which is like amass wealth, make my characters.
That's crazy.
I have 3 videos about campaign skip on my channel. Everybody's always like at my throat, essentially.
This is the most active our Twitch chat has ever been, by the way.
Oh, right. Like, people are very hyped up about this.
Topic.
But I think, Miso, I think you're totally dead on. Like, I think a lot of people really do hone in on, I just want div per hour. And I've never even expressed that. Like, yeah, you're not growing your character wealth, your account wealth. You're just growing your character's power in the way, the game is kind of meant to be played. Like, you're like playing the game. You're not playing the game to farm currency to then buy items to make your character stronger or whatever, or craft items. You're literally, like, most of the time just using the resources at your disposal, which is like, SSF. It's like what you said. A lot of people like the game like that. So
that's why I think SSF, that's why I don't think SSF players
don't care
as much about a campaign skip. But trade players do. I think the
even
people
as someone, I'm a trade player who likes making currency, and like to counter your point, right, where like the campaign skip lets somebody go from like doing one farm to the next. Like, as somebody who maybe wants to specialize in delve, I like the idea that I have to start my character and invest into it and build it up from the day one to be that delve farmer, and someone getting a shortcut to get into that farm.
You have the time to do it.
Tough shit. Tough shit. If you only have 2 hours to play a week, you don't get to enjoy the game like Fubgun does. Like, I am so sorry. And I promise you, these people that are complaining about not being able to keep up with these farms, that campaign skip is not going to suddenly make them, like, that 8 hours they saved, they're not suddenly like, woo, I'm at Fubgun's level, mirrors, baby. Like, it's not going to close that gap at all.
I mean,
it's going to let them play a second character, but just level it, man.
The thing is, they're not expecting to be at that. They just want to have that end game loop where they're able to actually farm for currency, like I said, because you're just not able to do it in the campaign.
Play a good league starter, man, that can play that.
Okay, that was another point I wanted to bring up.
Off-meta builds that can do everything, and it's like, that's not the world we live in. I don't know.
That's another point I wanted to bring up too. Because I understand that. I think a lot of people will come in and say stuff like, oh, well, I need to level a new character because my current character is crap for the league mechanic. It's not like we're locked into like our builds in this game. I feel like we can swap ascendancies, we can swap the skills we use. Like a lot of skills are viable on a lot of different ascendancies. There like are other solutions besides starting from square zero. It's not like a hardcore game or like 0.1 during those first few like, you know, initial updates where it was, you can't change your ascendancy, screw you, you literally do have to reroll your character, right? There's a lot more freedom and less friction to change your character compared to like old school ARPGs like Diablo 2. Oh my god. I didn't know you couldn't change your skills. Like you had one reset per difficulty. So I was like experimenting and then I wasn't doing enough damage on my first build. I'm like, okay, I can reset, right? And I looked it up and it's like, no, one per difficulty level. And I was like, oh, guess I got a reroll. I don't like that. I would be on the campaign skip side of or like some sort of debate at that point. Like, oh my god, that's terrible. It sucks, but yeah, it's a fun topic.
Thoughts, Rabbit?
Thoughts? I don't know.
Final
At this point, at this point, give it to us. I don't know.
Give it to us.
I don't know if it stops this fucking topic. I don't know. What do you guys think in the comments, chat? Do you agree? Do you think KallTorak is too emotional? Do you think Miso is based? And do you think I ramble? just give us your comments down in the YouTube comments. It will be fun.
And the Spotify comments.
we value your opinions a lot. I think that I think to put like a bow around around this a little bit. I think why this is such a divisive topic is just because what makes an RPG for me very fun is because every single person plays an ARPG differently. No matter how many hours you play, no matter how many hours you sink into not playing the game and theory crafting about the game and reading stuff about the game and watching stuff about the game, and enveloping yourself into the theory craft and everything, or just straight up blasting the game or whatever. There's not a person. Every ARPG player is like a snowflake. Every single person plays the game
we're all snowflakes
differently.
for sure.
And this is why this topic and some topics like this are so divisive. It's because there is no solution for everyone. You will always have the KallToraks that say, no, it doesn't work because I don't want it, because I want the game to be structured like this. And then you have the I wouldn't even say Misos, because I think
the Misos. He was diehard for this. He wants it more than anybody.
Like I understand it. It's just like, to me, the most important thing is the game needs to be fun for as many people as possible. And I don't care, as long as something isn't unfun to me and makes me not want to play the game. I don't know. That's good with me. I can personally, just from my personal experience, I can even make compromises on stuff that I maybe think is not that fun, but the consensus is we want that. I'm okay with that. So yeah, I think it's funny to have a topic this divisive, which is basically it's never gonna happen. And this is what an off season theory to podcast
this is the
like,
deep
everyone.
off season.
So yeah, boom, there we go.
There it is.
Nice wrapping.
I don't know.
No other final thoughts on this topic before we move on to Tri's topic?
All right, I have one final thought. So we were talking about alternatives to campaign. I was thinking they're going to remove the interludes, I think is their plan. What would you guys think? Because is it the repetition of the campaign and like how you have to click through dialogue and people don't like that? Because if that's the case, like what if they added like 20 interludes to the game? Very little story. It's encounter after encounter, and you could just pick 10 to do instead of doing the campaign to get to endgame. It'd be about the same length, but you could change it up every league. It could have a bit of variety. It's constant action. You're not going through, I don't know, the same story and over. Because if it's the time thing for people, like after, it would be like kind of like Diablo 4, I assume, for like everybody, especially if you're in trade. Because if you play the campaign one time, and then every subsequent time you can just skip to level 70 or whatever, like the campaign would like die. Like, would people play it except for the people who like truly enjoy it, and then they'd be handicapping themselves and everything? Like, I guess I don't know like what the solutions would be, you know? But I like the interludes and I don't want them to go. So I thought that would be a cool little compromise. Alternative leveling.
Interludes are gonna go though.
I
They always said
know.
it was just a placeholder for 5 and 6, anyways.
They're so cool. I love them.
It's funny because I feel like most people don't share that. I feel like most people think the interludes are
Yeah.
I hate
kind
'em.
of like a
I'm
waste of
over
time
them.
right now. Like the
Rip-
first time
rip
around, it was
Bozo.
kind of cool, but then like I think
Yeah.
at this point people just see it again. It's a barrier to them getting to the end game, right? Because
Some
you
of them
in
are
your
fun,
mind
but-
you're like axe should be the end, and now you got this interlude thing. It's like another barrier for me to get to the end game, and
Yeah,
that's
so-
why a lot
yeah.
of people don't like the interludes.
They're not gonna they're not gonna like Act 5 and 6 then. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be a new barrier.
Yeah.
Oriath and
The
whatever the
reason
last
why-
act is.
I'm not gonna be sad about losing Asmadi. Fuck Asmadi.
Oh, you don't like him?
I like that
Well,
Well,
fight.
he's gonna be in the game, but
Yeah,
just
he's still gonna be
you
the
know,
lineage boss.
Got Garrick-Khan's resolve. He's hiding it. Mm-hmm.
So just a few points that I didn't bring up earlier, but why I wouldn't like your specific implementation for the like a campaign alternative is one that's just development resources. There's just so much unfinished shit right now. Like maybe 2 years down the line, sure, like we have the development time there for that. But the other thing is like anytime there are these alternative leveling things, like which one is the most efficient? That's what everyone's going to flock to. So if this one shaves an hour off of the 1 to 70, it doesn't matter if it's more fun, less fun. That's what like everyone ends up doing. That's what happens with Diablo 4, I believe, and Diablo 3 back in the day. It was just like whatever the best leveling thing was, wasn't the campaign. It was always one of the alternative leveling methods. It was just the fastest. So that would be my like there's no in an ideal world GGG has multiple alternative leveling things and
Yeah.
like, you know, they're all equally balanced, but would that happen in practice? I don't know.
I have one more thing as well, which we haven't really mentioned. Asuna, who is doing like all of the mapping stuff for PoE2, has confirmed like multiple times now that over 30 zones are being adjusted in 0.5. And I think that is a huge part of why campaign does feel like a slog sometimes. And I like even saying what I'm saying just now, I fully understand the arguments being made about campaign feeling like a slug sometimes. I like
Yes.
I don't even think and I don't even think Kal is not saying that. I just
Campaign slog
think
for sure.
we need to chill a little bit before we jump to we're skipping a beat. We're jumping to the conclusion being campaign skip. Well, I think there might be much more chill, much more good options. And if there's a lot of zones being reworked, I think that's already going to be like a big plus. If they make sure that some of the just let's say you're going into Act 3 and the drowned city isn't as bad as it is now, and you shave off like 10 to 15 minutes just off this one map alone, that's already gonna feel so much better if that happens to a lot of zones. So I think we just chill. We wait a little bit. There is reworks coming in 0.5. It was confirmed, like in the campaign codex Discord, everything. So yeah, that's
Delete
let's chill
waterways. You
for
heard
now.
it here first.
If
Delete waterways. Just get rid of it.
if all acts are out and it's even worse or even as bad as it is now with some of the zones feeling this slow and this bad, I'm down to discuss it again. Like for sure.
Yeah,
I think
for
that
sure.
needs to happen first though.
We don't even have Act 5 and 6 yet. It's supposed to be 6 acts total, right? Wait, they've confirmed
Yeah.
5 and 6. 6 is the finale.
Yeah, and Act 6 is supposed to be like half the size of the other acts.
Interesting.
Yep.
So it's like a finale act.
Yeah, of like a constant race of action, I think
I
is
we
what
got
they...
the confirmation right now in chat, just so you know. I didn't even know they were here. So
Yeah, Suna's been lurking.
I can't say what area specifically, but it's many.
All of Act
I'm
3.
not saying like there's like a. Okay, wait, that's I rest my case.
You good, Miso? Any final thoughts?
No, I mean, like that. I don't really have any strong opinions about it because personally, it's not a problem that affects me. So whatever happens, hey, I don't really care. But I just wanted to throw it out there as a debate topic because I do think it is interesting, and I think a lot of people are on like very different sides of the coin.
Clearly, yeah. Cool. All right, Try. So you proposed this topic. I want you to kind of set the premise of it, because yeah,
Crap.
go for it, man.
What was the topic? I don't have the show notes up right now.
It was, did PoE 2 change too fast?
Oh, yeah.
0.1.
So I want everybody to go back to the early days of Path of Exile 2. We all played 0.1. I kind of had this thought after I played the normal difficulty of Diablo 2, and then PoE 1, blasting it right after.
Sorry, cut.
Oh.
Sorry. That's the furthest you've gotten in Diablo 2.
Yeah,
You've
because
never finished Hell.
no, because I never played it when I was a kid. I was playing through it really casually. Like, it took me like 9 hours to do normal, and then the PoE 1 season came out, so I started playing PoE 1. Now I'm playing No Rest for the
Please do
Wicked,
that.
but I will go through and I will beat Nightmare and Hell, or I'll try to. Apparently, they're ridiculously tough, so I'm ready
No,
to get.
Nightmare is the easiest. Nightmare is the
Oh.
easiest.
Oh, because it's like a victory lap, like kind of like interludes or whatever in PoE 2. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Okay, and then
Yeah,
Hell is like,
Nightmare is by far the easiest.
Okay.
Hell can get tricky. Not this season though, because of Warlock. If you just play the
Right.
Any of the 2 Warlock builds,
that was the other
you'll
thing.
be fine.
I feel like I should go back and play an OG class, but I wasn't looking up any builds for Warlock. Obviously, very strong. You can basically just cobble something together and make it work. But I originally played a Druid, and I went Maul, and I got hard stuck. That was the
Yes.
character I wanted to restart. Yeah, so I feel like I should play. I've been told that Amazon has a lot of viable stuff, or Paladin. Like, I should go Paladin or Amazon. That's one of the OG classes, and try to go all the way through on that. And that has like a really good experience.
Amazon is pretty tough in Hell, but
Amazon's tough. Okay, all
Yeah.
right. So
okay.
I
sorry,
will.
Sorry.
Anyway, no. So went back. I played PoE 1 after obviously playing a lot of 0.4. Kind of reflecting recently back to the first couple days of 0.1 with Path of Exile 2. And I remember there was a lot of change that occurred based on immediate player feedback. Particularly, the example I used in my recent discussion about it was like loot. Like I remember in Act 1, Act 2, like I was at the end of Act 1. I don't think I had any rings. I had like an amulet. I think I had one rare item when I was fighting Geonor in 0.1. And I really liked that like experience of not being fully geared out in rares. It was kind of like a trudge through. It felt a lot like Diablo 2 in normal, right? Because in Diablo 2, I think I had 1 rare drop or 4 rares drop, 1 that I could actually use. I had like no rings. I had an amulet. Like, it was kind of the same sort of thing. It was very interesting, and I liked that gearing process. Obviously with Path of Exile 2, a lot of people were like, no rares are dropping from bosses. Like, characters are so weak. Monsters are too strong. I'm getting surrounded by monsters. This is bad. And GGG made a lot of rapid fire changes in response to that fundamentally changed the game. Very quickly after that, you'd kill a boss in Act 1, Act 2. A rare items just explode. There's multiple rare items. Now you're showered in rare items. They're not rare anymore. Like I experienced in Diablo 2, they were actually rare. And I don't know, it got me thinking, like, they've got these 2 ARPGs. PoE 1 is full into the loot bomb fantasy, that kind of like Miso was talking about, where you're chasing currency, you're chasing loot. If you don't have a filter on to like uber strict by like level 75, there's items all over your screen. You're seeing more item tags than monsters and everything. That's awesome. Lean into that for Path of Exile 1. I enjoyed it for 2 weeks a lot. With Path of Exile 2, I think they were obviously trying to go for something a little bit more old school, a little less blasty, a little less loot bursting on your screens, all this stuff. But they quickly made all the changes very fast, because a lot of people, especially people who really liked Path of Exile 1, were very loud with feedback and grinding your games. Immediately made changes. Like the first week I went back, that's when they implemented a lot of these huge changes. And I feel like maybe they pulled the trigger too fast. And I feel like they should have kind of let it kind of evolve over time. Maybe give it a couple more weeks, kind of see how people responded, changed their approaches, kind of saw, okay, so this isn't Path of Exile 1, this is Path of Exile 2, it's different. Maybe this is why they split it out from Path of Exile 1 and didn't, have the same game, right? I don't know. What do you guys think about that? Do you think I'm crazy? Because I've been talking about this to some people, and they're like, you're taking crazy pills. But I'm like, they have 2 separate teams now. They have 2 games that are converging instead of diverging. What's going on here? Like, I don't think that's the best approach. So, what do you guys think?
I think you're on crazy pills. I think I mean, I personally feel like they don't patch the game near enough. Like I'm constantly the one on this podcast like, we need more updates. They need to be changing this game more. It is in early access. There's like clear, obvious things that should be changed. In regards to what you're saying, I would have to go back and look at those week 1 changes specifically. But like, when I think of the state of loot, I think that the state of ground loot is actually trash. Like,
right.
Most of the rares you're getting in the campaign isn't good, and that could be changed by more patches.
Right. So, and to clarify my take here, I don't mean the frequency of patches is too much. I mean, they moved away from their original concept of the game, being like, I guess if we want to say like more old school, less like PoE 1 and more like a new evolution of the game where it's not the loot bombs constantly, too fast, essentially, like with those loot changes and with like the monster changes in 0.2, where a lot of bosses got weaker, a lot of monsters were weakened as well, like their abilities were slowed down. So everything, like in PoE 1, I feel like you're zooming by the time you get Leap Slam. Like Leap Slam, Frostblink, you're just zooming, blowing up everything. I feel like you kind of get that feel in PoE 2 already, and we are 1 year of patches into the game, not 14. And I feel like the power creep is already crazy, and I just thought it was going to be a little slower, right? That's what I kind of mean. I get what you're saying. Like, you want them to patch it constantly and be changing the game. I'm talking about something different.
It's so hard to say because we've played the game so many times in the current iteration that it's hard to even remember how the game was like in 0.1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I have to see the patch notes that were specifically.
Well, it's not even just like patch notes. It's about like how the game felt. Like, how the game felt to play before they had this. Because like on one hand, we always say like we need more resources to craft. We need more like regals. We need more stuff to be able to like, craft during the campaign. Because it feels like, you're better just off saving your orbs for the end game and just trade them, right? And on the other hand, and in 0.1, like people were saying, like you probably got like 1 exalt in the entire campaign. So it's like you basically weren't crafting. And that was kind of their vision too, right? They talked about like, hey, you're going to be crafting constantly as you're going through the game. You're going to be throwing these orbs onto your thing. So like on that aspect, I do think that it's closer to their vision about how they want the campaign to be played, that you're constantly just like picking up loot on the ground, throwing orbs onto it. Yeah. On the other hand, it's with the loot explosion stuff. And I don't necessarily think that there is that in campaign, but it is true that we are getting a lot more rares and stuff in the campaign. And I do feel like the campaign has gotten easier over time. I don't know if that's because I've gone through it so many times that I just know all these fights on the back of my head.
I think it's both. It's both. Like, because they, like, for example, like Geonor. Obviously, we've gotten better. They also slowed down the speed of all of his abilities. They lowered the damage of everything. Like, he's no longer that great filter where you will either bash your head against him, as I saw so many, veteran PoE 1 players do for hours when they first encountered him in 0.1 and in 0.2, because they refused to dodge. They refused to like go get a sapphire charm and stuff like that. They were just like playing it kind of like PoE 1, right? Versus like new players who are like, okay, I'm dying here. Okay, maybe I should go back. Maybe I need to like check the shops, get a rare item, try to, dodge out of the abilities, watch the abilities, like engage with it, right? I feel like it's a mixture of both. And I feel like GGG has kind of given in to making the game a lot easier, excuse the word, a lot more brainless, right? In the campaign. It's not just that we got better. I get that we got better. Of course we did. Like, I know all the moves inside and out. But still, like, they have made the game so much easier, and they've increased our character power. Like, I just feel like that, like you said, Miso, that wasn't the OG vision. It was supposed to be a lot more methodical. And that's what I experienced like in the campaign. And then that's why it was like Whiplash 2 in 0.1 when I got to the end game, and it was completely different, right? Like, do you guys remember that? Like playing through the campaign, going through Ruthless Cruel, and it was like a lot faster. It was very different. And then you get to end game, and it is nothing like the campaign. And I always thought, okay, so we're gonna go more toward the campaign style. And then you eventually progress to becoming a god after a good chunk of playing in the end game and moving your character's power. But instead, it yo-yoed toward being more like the end game in the campaign and giving you more power and making monsters weaker and giving you more resources and giving you more items and everything. I don't know. I just feel like it's very similar to PoE 1, and in a year's time from now, like when you give all this player power to people, especially a community as vocal as this one, you can't take it away. You can't take it away. It's like not going to change. This is almost like a losing argument, but it's like a cool, thing to think about, in my opinion.
I honestly don't even think it's like near as bad as you're making it out to be. Like, I feel like you're underestimating how much like your compounding knowledge and skill of this game has made the game easier. Yes, they've nerfed stuff to this point, but like my experiences in the game right now are 10 times easier and faster, not because of the changes they've made. It's because I'm 10 times better of a player. Like you get a new player to go through Geonor right now who has not played him before. They're not going to one-shot him. They're going to have the experience you just described. They're going to die to him.
They might.
They're not following the build guide.
They might. They might have a full set of.
Sure, but if you're playing a mace skill, like, are you playing something like if you're just blind going into this game, you're not going to one-shot him.
You might have a full set of rare items, tons of like cold resist, because you got like 4 or 5 mod items. Any decent mace, you can auto attack the dude down.
But you're not describing like the first time playthrough. You went into Geonor on your first time with tons of cold resist.
No, because I didn't have access to rare items. What I'm saying is you are showered in currency. You are showered in rare items. You have the shops that you're pushed to now. They have rare items very explicitly in them. You have the gambling system, which is very much available. You have buffs across the board.
Shopping, man. Like your first time playthrough, people aren't going and gambling.
I think a lot of like new players actually go to the shop from what I've like talked to, like more than like PoE 1 players, because they were like, yeah, dude, the merchants are gonna have have the gear. But I get what you're saying though. Like I do. I know that it is partially skill improvement, but after reflecting on it, I really think they've just kind of made the game brainless. I think that's like the word that's the word that comes to mind, like the campaign.
I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter like from what point of like contention you really argue this point, because in the end it needs to be balanced towards the veteran player and the new player. There needs to be a tightrope.
Yeah.
Always there.
Yeah.
It's always going to be like, especially in campaign or whatever it is, end game, campaign, whatever it is, the game always needs to be balanced both for the person who plays it for the first time and the person who plays it 12 hours a day. So there's always going to be discrepancies in what they feel like. I do feel like, as someone who I would describe myself as a veteran, I'm not affected by, but I still like as a change is that I do feel like when I see newer people playing at least Act 1 and 2, where the player onboarding is happening and where a new player gets introduced to a game, I do like that they have reduced a little bit of the frustration aspects of it, because I have seen, I don't know, I like just the other day, like a week or two ago, I think Soda Poppin or something was sponsored in like 0.1 or 0.2. Soda Poppin was sponsored to play PoE 2, I think, for like a sponsored segment of 3 hours or whatever, and he barely got through the 3 hours because he wanted to quit right then and there. I think that was doing 0.1, and I would describe like I don't know, I don't watch many streams, but I would think Soda Poppin is someone who plays video games a lot. I would think, and I wouldn't think that he has like 2 left hands or whatever. He was like ready to quit right then and there because Act 1 was so fucking frustrating, because he was starving for loot, and the bosses, or the boss, the end boss, the bosses, even the Freythorn boss, like he even died like 8 times on Beira. I do think a new player who gets onboarded onto the game shouldn't shouldn't have experiences like that and being like, oh fuck this game, because there's a chance that those players might never come back. And as someone who loves this game so much, I think I want as many people as possible to come in here. I think it at that point though, once you're onboarded, even as a new player, then the challenge needs to start ramping up, because it shouldn't be it should never be like just you can do whatever you want. They, at least from my perspective, there needs to be a challenge to get to have someone like me feel engaged in the game. That's at least how I feel about a game. A game needs at least it at least needs to be engaging at some point. If I then in endgame choose to do a lazy playstyle and do this brain off farming, that's good. But up until that point, I want to be engaged. Miso, yes.
Yeah, so I have two things on my mind. First off, the first thing in my mind is that with the loot drops, it's very interesting because loot is so powerful in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1. And you getting a really powerful piece of gear can just make, that entire act and maybe another act pretty much, completely easy, right? It's completely trivial. So in an essence, the variance of experience for the player is a little more consistent now compared to before. Because if you were that player that got that super, super good drop, you were cruising through. But the likelihood of you being that player and being the player that gets nothing is just, in terms of variance, much higher. Like it's much easier to be that player that doesn't get anything versus like the guy who gets something. So it's like less people are able to experience that, like, hey, this feels really good, right? So in that sense, it's good to have more roles of the slot machine to be able to get a more consistent experience across players. But on the other hand, I just keep thinking about this thing where it's like, oh, Soda Poppin was like drop the game because it was so frustrating, right? But like people playing Dark Souls, which this game was more supposed to be more Souls-like, right? They run into Margit really early into the game. And I remember playing Dark Souls and I slammed my head against Margit for maybe like 4 hours before I killed her because I didn't want to go and like level up and like grind for more gear. And that was fun. So it's like, at what point, like, how is a game like Dark Souls able to exist and able, like Elden Ring or something like that, right? Able to exist. Sorry, not Dark Souls, so Souls like. Elden Ring able to exist and have such a hardcore fan, like such a huge audience base that does have so many of these situations that like you're like, oh my god, I just keep dying over and over and over and over again without having the player feel discouraged and leaving the game.
I've always hated the comparison between PoE 2 and Souls-likes. Like, I think, like, you can't even compare the genres. Like, PoE 2, no matter how hard the bosses get, like, the ultimate goal of PoE 2 is either you're an economy-based player or you're making a fun build. In Elden Ring and Souls-like games, like, that's not the whole game. The whole game is trying to overcome these bosses, and the build is kind of the side thing. So, like, they're almost complete. Like, I've always hated the comparison between PoE 2 and Souls-like. It has never felt like a Souls-like to me, period. But I just want to finish, like, I just want to add one point to the loot explosion stuff. Like, Rabbit, I want to use him as a reference. He just did his first solo stuff on hardcore playthroughs, and on his first run, he was stuck with a wand from Act 1 all the way until Act 4. So, like, as abundance as loot is, it really isn't, like, shitting out rares that are, like, good all the time. And Rabbit is someone who was checking vendors and gambling for wands. New players aren't doing that. So, like, I agree with you that maybe, like, if the conversation is, did they nerf stuff too fast? Potentially. But is loot part of the problem? I honestly don't think the changes to loot were a negative at all. Because, again, Rabbit is a sweat, and he literally just had, like, it was, you use, like, Act 1 wand until Act 4, right? Like, it was bad.
I finished the whole campaign on a Act 1 wand.
Yeah, you were trying, you were gambling. Like, all your goals.
That's a pretty specific thing. That's a pretty specific thing to wands, though, because I was playing. You need a specific wand. You don't need just any wand, and just to get that is very, very low chance. It's a pretty specific thing to casters, but also at the same time, casters have the unique ability to don't care about that and be able to finish the campaign on an Act 1 wand. So.
So I had
It would just make it so much easier if you just continuously find the upgrade right away. Right.
Right. So I had a quick response to Kal and Miso. I think you're right with it being so swingy, especially with gear, like you said. You know, you can find a GG item really quickly, and that person will have such a different experience from someone who's stuck with just like a magic mace with +% fizz or something. It's the only one they can find, whatever, versus someone who has a rare one with high rolls. I feel like that's also a problem with, like, we've all talked about this a lot. A lot of powers in the gear, like way too much power, maybe, like with gem levels, % fizz versus deterministic places like the tree, like your gems, all that stuff. So I think it's really tricky for GGG to find a good balance too. Because like you said, they're balancing for the veteran player, for the new player, for the player who's getting, a really good yellow versus, oh God, they're stuck on a magic, or they literally can't find a good yellow to save their life. So it's a lot of different tricky balance problems there. So maybe putting more power in the tree, which everybody I think has been asking for, and a little bit less power in the items, not taking all the power away from items, because like we talked about, it is a loot-based game after all. However, on that point too, there's been like a lot of declarative statements, I feel like, with Path of Exile 2, and not Miso, Kal, you just said, it's a loot game. People only care about the loot they're getting and making their character stronger, and they don't really like care about other things. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that's how like Path of Exile 2 is sold, and I don't think that's how people.
That's what I said. It's about making a build.
Making a build, right? Making a build.
And
right.
In Elden Ring, you're not necessarily, your goal isn't making a powerful build. You like most builds can get through every bosses, and you can even do like block like shit weapons, no gear kills on these bosses. Like that's not how you play ARPGs.
I mean, you could do that. You could do that in PoE 1.
You can do that, but your average player in ARPGs isn't just like a boss hunter trying.
Right, but no,
Elden Ring isn't going to be doing no gear, no.
Right, I think like your average player in PoE 2, like they want to not just play for, I feel like, the build making. They're playing for the spectacle, like the campaign. It is good. The boss fights are good. The monsters are cool. A lot of people.
They're completely different games from like a play style.
Right, but I think the goal was to cut the original goal. All right, the entire development process, and what I'm talking about was, we are not remaking PoE 1. We are not making Diablo 4. We're not making Diablo. We are making the next evolution. We want to take a step up. We want to make a new type of game. We don't want to make the game that we perfected 5 years ago, right? Because everybody feels like they perfected the loot-based isometric ARPG. We want to make something else, and I feel like, bam, within the first couple patches, that's gone out the window essentially. And that's the core of the argument. Because I don't think I'm fully on crazy pills, because a lot of people are under this perception as well. You can look at all the marketing, all the like reveals, announcement from Chris, from Jonathan, from 2019 to 2025, different game, evolution, and I feel they're like converging at a rapid pace. And I just feel like that's unfortunate, as someone who loves Path of Exile 1 and plays it a ton, no-lifed it for the last 2 weeks, I just feel like that's a shame. That's it. So I don't know if we'll come to an agreement, but it was a good discussion.
I think it's also like a ramp, like, even in like a game like in terms of like, I agree what you're saying, Kal, right? You're like, oh, it's about the, in Elden Ring and Souls, like it's about the fighting and it's not really about the character building. But I feel like that's kind of the case with Path of Exile 2 as well, at least at the beginning. You don't like it's same with Dark Souls, right? Or Elden Ring. You don't get your build together until you're like closer to the end game. You ramp more and more and more, and your build comes online. Same with Path of Exile, right? You started off the beginning. It's not like you have a build at the beginning and it goes more and more and more and more. And the beginning is about the fighting, and as you get to the end, it's it's still about the fights, but you kind of have the gear to make certain things like trivial. So I think they're more similar than you think in that aspect. And yeah, there's one more thing.
I mean, I'm not saying there's no similarities between the genres, but people have saying that, like, what Tri just said, how like GGG set out on this game to make it different. It was supposed to be like, I don't think that was the case. I think they were trying to make PoE 1 better, and then they realized what they had was a new game, and then they made another ARPG. Like, I don't think GGG was trying to make the newest type of experimental game. They were trying to make another better ARPG. They like Path of Exile 2 was an ARPG always. Like I completely disagree with the notion that like it was supposed
No.
to be this different thing and now
No.
it's converted.
No,
Yeah,
no.
completely
You can go to the
disagree.
Path of Exile 2 website right now. It says the next evolution of ARPG game. That was their goal. That's what
ARPGs, not Soul-like. Not
I'm not saying it's a Souls-like. Bro, I've never even played a Souls-like. I've never played one. I'm talking about the feel of the game they originally had that they received so much pushback from the community on that they turned tail and they ran in 0.1 and 0.2. And I'm just saying that's a shame. Like, it's still going to be a fun game. I'm still going to play it. But it's going to be PoE 1.
So different from No, it's not. It is so different from PoE 1, and it'll never become PoE 1. That is weird, Cope.
Oh my god.
There's no way this game becomes PoE 1. They have a completely different feel to it. If it was able to become PoE 1, then like there would be a lot more crossover between the two. Like this is a Cook take in my opinion. Like they're not converging to the same game. That is crazy.
Oh, I don't know.
There's no world where this engine will ever feel the same as the PoE 1 engine.
They devolve in maps. I feel like I just played 35 hours of PoE 1. When I get my build going in PoE 2, it is PoE 1. It is one click, boom, one click, boom.
On my build, I got in PoE 1, I got 45-second map clears. Like unless you're doing a Temporalis Dead
that's
Rabbit
because
build,
maps are so much.
Yeah, maps are shorter and they're not hallways.
Okay.
Well, maps are way smaller in PoE 1. That's why.
Yeah, I just think I don't know. I just had that thought. I feel like it is. Maybe I might be totally wrong because here's my mega cope take, Cal. The teams are now split. You know, I think Jonathan, who had that original slow vision, is probably fully on PoE 2, not touching PoE 1. 0.5, back to the vision, baby. That's going to be the patch name. 0.5, back to the vision. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
I remember.
Wait.
Vision impaired.
Leave a comment below on your opinion, guys. This is gonna be the highest comment.
Everyone.
This is gonna be an insane episode.
It's gonna be a high
Everyone's
comment.
getting LASIK eye surgery.
There's no way I can read these comments.
Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna read those comments.
Listen, no matter what you can say, I'm honest with myself.
Ditto.
Okay? I don't care what he comes. I don't care what he comes. I believe what I believe.
One thing I did want to mention that I remember earlier, before we leave this topic and potentially move on to something else, when you were talking about the weapons in the tree, right? Taking some, or like the gear in the tree, taking some power off gear to the tree. Like I don't know what the right answer to that is, but in my head, right, the vision for that is that overall, Jonathan has always gone on about like how they don't want the difference between somebody who has knowledge and somebody who doesn't have knowledge. Like their experience be that much different, right? The thing is, anybody can find a really good weapon, and it's pretty easy to tell what a good weapon is. You see weapon damage number go up, it's a good weapon, right? And you see armor number go up, it's a good armor. So it's like you can pretty easily tell when you have a good weapon versus when you don't have one. But it's if you don't have knowledge about like how to build your passive tree, then it gets really difficult because like in Path of Exile 1, if you don't know how to build your passive tree, it gets really hard to actually do the campaign compared to somebody who has like you said, right? You went with a build guide and then it was just a complete breeze. So it just ends up being it's such a hard balance to draw. Like you said, right? You need to balance the weapon power and also the passive tree power for that reason. But I do think that the reason why they went with this design of like the weapons and the equipment being so powerful is that anybody can kind of be that powerful with or without knowledge. And that's why, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting.
Rabbit, I don't think you've said a word on this topic. What's up, man?
It's 4 a.m. I'm too tired for this. You know what's more important than money? Knowledge. I'm here in my garage with my Lambo. Oh wait, no. That's
a deep cut.
That's a Ty Lopez meme for.
That's a deep cut. That's a super deep cut.
I don't know.
No, you have any thoughts, Dad?
I have. I have to say I am not too invested on this topic because I think it is just like the nature of what is going to happen. I'm always I think there is going to be like a little bit of a merging process happening, and I think we've talked about this before. And to call the two games like dissimilar is ridiculous. I think it is very clear that the games are very similar in nature. They both have very similar names as well. So um, I think both games can learn from each other. I think there's good stuff in both. I think they are going to be always um, aiming for another audience, though. I think PoE 1 has a very specific audience, a very good audience, and PoE 2, and the whole reason why PoE 2 is existing is because PoE 2 is supposed to target another audience. PoE 1, I think, will always be very niche, which doesn't mean that the game is bad in any sense of or ever. It's an amazing game, probably has the best league ever right now, or in a long, long time at least. I think PoE 2 is just, it's gonna be massive. And you have to have certain guardrails for a game to be of this magnitude and this size. And there's gotta be simplicity is a part of it. It's kind of going back to the discussion a little bit. Like, did PoE 2 change too much or too fast already? And I think both are kind of true at the same time. Kal is asking, or me and Kal were always on the podcast asking for more patches, more patches, more patches, more patches. It is being treated like a full release game. So I don't really care how fast the patches are coming at this point. I just want them to be good and always be in the right direction. I don't want there to be set step backs. It just needs to be forward all the time. And yeah, I'm kind of rambling right now. It's 4:10 a.m. Yeah, I maybe that. What do
That
you guys
conversation went
think in
everywhere,
the
so it makes
comments?
sense.
Yeah, what do you guys think
Yeah.
in the comments? Are you tired too? Post in the comments right now. What time is it for you right now? Right now, when posting the comment, do it right now
Farming engagement.
Very
on
smart.
your channel
This
too.
one didn't need
Damn.
this one didn't need engagement farmed. I'm sure it's gonna be fun. We can skip build of the week. Rabbit's tired. 2 weeks
Damn.
of no build of the week, but
2
we'll get it next
weeks.
week.
Oh,
I mean, we can do it if
keep going.
Rabbit
At
wants
this point,
to.
it doesn't matter.
Maybe just going into build of the week.
I just don't remember what I put up because I put up the build last week. I might not be able to tell you a lot about the build.
Well, we'll start with mine then. Let's go into my build
Yeah,
of the week. Well, first of all,
maybe.
sorry. Any final thoughts before we move on from this?
Can we repost mine real quick? Sorry.
Yeah.
Final
It's
thoughts.
in the notes.
Final thoughts while they get the build. I think I am in the minority here, especially online. I think that a lot of people really are enjoying the direction Path of Exile 2 is going, and I think Dead Rabbit is pretty right. I think it's going to be massive and kind of outgrow Path of Exile 1 once it's in full release. Even if they continue to move in, the current direction that they are. And I'll be playing it. I just hope they do try some experimental stuff. I like that word you used earlier, KallTorak. Experimental ARPG, experimental game. Yeah, do some wild stuff, GGG. I want to see some crazy stuff out of left field. So
it sucks that I think they said that they're not going to do anything new until everything from PoE 1 is ported over.
Yeah, no new leaks.
But I'm pretty sure they said something like league mechanic wise, we're not going to get anything crazy until they've checked off the whole list.
Yeah.
Which makes me kind of sad.
I mean, I think they're doing new enough stuff with the existing league
True,
mechanics
they are
to make them
rebranding
feel
things, yeah.
like they're new league mechanics. So
Temple's completely different, so that's fair.
Pulling an Abyss mob out of the smoke to get cooler loot is a mechanic I'd like to see more of, and I'm not being facetious. I like cool stuff like that. Maybe not that exact thing, but like little tricks like that. I think that's pretty funny and interesting. That's new.
We'll be talking about the races next week, Lee. We're gonna have Crimson Cast on. He's a legend, an awesome guy. We'll be diving deep
Who's
into
in the chat right now?
races next week, though. Oh, cool. Yeah, shout out to Crimson. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I think. I think you're less in the minority than you realize. Try. I think we're the vocal minority. The loud, annoying people like me are the.
You're not annoying. You're too hard on yourself. You remind me of my brother, Cal. My brother. He gets very passionate. I call it passionate, not annoying.
I think it's always also just very, very important to always be self-reflective as content creators, as people who are streamers, and as especially people who yap professionally on a podcast every week about something. And that's why I think, for example, for me, streams are always a very good way of actually talking to people about the game, because I have a very specific point of view on the game, and you have a specific point of view on the game. And for me, it is always important to be self-reflective, because I fully realize that a lot of my takes are probably very bad when it comes to other perspectives,
Yeah.
because I don't have that perspective. But I want to engage in the discussion about your perspective and my perspective, and because I think both of us share one thing very obviously, that we like Path of Exile too. I like the game a lot. I love the game. I'm very passionate about the game. So I really like having the discourse. So I think instead of just devolving into you're wrong, you're bad, you're cooked. I don't know what is, just talk to me. Like, what happens so much these days is you're at least trying to engage in some sort of conversation, and what you get is just like, oh my god, I didn't realize that I was triggering personal insults here.
Yep.
That's just as a general thing. Once again, tell me in the comments how you feel about that.
This guy.
Insult me in the comments.
This guy.
if you want to.
He's in full content bait mode. It's 4 a.m.
All right,
We
let's
all
dive
just
into
want the
build
game
of
to be
week.
better. We all just want the game to be
yes,
good.
Yes.
All right, Cal.
I am showing off a Can you show the short? Okay, short.
The
too.
short. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but the video is cool too. This is a recoup build. I'm sure a lot of people know what Sacrosanctum is. It allows you to energy shield recoup. But there's just so many good, unique chests in the game, and energy shield just scales so well that a lot of people just don't you don't need recoup, right? But I do want to get recoup energy shield on people's maps, depending on what changes come and stuff, because it is absurdly good. I think Sacrosanctum is highly slept on. Played it in 2 or 3 builds now. Obviously you need to have a build that chest slots are very competitive for caster builds right now. There's a lot of really good caster chests. So it's hard to get Sacrosanctum into a build, but if you can, obviously the defenses are absolutely insane. So yeah, I don't know if any of you guys have played a Sacrosanctum build. I've played 2 or 3, I think. But
I played it in 0.3. I played 0.3.
How'd it go for you?
It was good. It was my AFK. What is it called? The AFK recoup. Abyssal Lich. It went really well. But I will have to say, 0.4. It's really tough to play a Sacrosanctum build in mapping because there's so much. What is it called? Shroudwalker.
Makes sense.
Because it prevents recovery. So it's. I've seen a lot of people play recoup builds and really struggle because they can't play it in mapping.
Wow, that's
Also seeing
ridiculous.
This health bar situation, even though he's showing me that he's immortal right here, it's still it's very anxiety inducing to me. I don't know. He's it's it seems like he's close to death all the time. This is an anxiety I'm trying to escape from playing video games. Okay.
The shout out to his YouTube channel is Strifeworn. His
cool.
the Reddit post he made, his name is Spiritual Comfort on Reddit. I used to showcase just defensive showcase before on the podcast. I haven't done one in a while, and I think Energy Shield Recoup is pretty solid. So shout out to him. Your build, Rabbit.
Yeah, also shout out to Wintality, who did a Mjolnir build. If you are a content creator and you want to be featured on this podcast with a build of the week by me, a good chance is that you're doing a Mjolnir build, because ever since I did that build, I am still trying to hold on to that little fame that is left of that. Um, it is, I would say, this version that Vintality did here, and it is probably due to some of the Fate of the Val stuff. Definitely some power level. I think the power level has never really been. Has it never really been that high? I was just thinking the power level is probably the highest ever. It depends on the build. Maybe 0.1 was probably the highest, but it's made possible due to the vertex. It's made possible to the new headhunter. It's made possible due to a few other things. But I would say this is the closest to the Thor Mjolnir build power that we had before that. I did as well. It definitely looks very, very similar. It has very similar movement. Has very similar pop to it. It's very nice. Go watch the video if you want to know more. I am not in the best frame of mind to explain everything. It's basically using 2 Mjolnirs with Thunder God's Wrath with double arc. For melee, he's just using Mace Strike with high attack speed, because Mjolnir actually has pretty nice high attack speed. So double Mace Strike is just enough to proc all the Thunder God's Wrath procs with arc, which is also very good single target. I think he's also incorporating Falling Nova. He's using Forge Hammer to proc as well,
That's
and also,
sick.
of course, Fire of the Storm. So yeah,
Of course,
very,
Choir.
very cool build. Not cheap, I would say, to make it look like that. Definitely a big part of the reason why this build looks so good is, once again, Headhunter, Rite of Passage, +4 Vertex, Fire of the Storm. Yeah, very off meta right there.
All
But
things
no,
I
amazing,
hate.
amazing cook though. Amazing cook though. Amazing job on
Yeah, this is sick.
making that very, very, very cool. Probably the best looking, strongest power level Mjolnir build I've seen in a longer time.
The Resonating Shield ones we showcased from who was it? I don't remember. We showcased the Resonating Shield Mjolnir build earlier this league. That was pretty cool, but this is definitely like a spectacle.
Yep.
I always, on my old version, I always really liked the proccing with the Earthquake. And that was always the biggest problem. I tried some Mjolnir stuff after they nerfed that whole archetype a little bit. And I never really got the same feeling that I did when I used the Earthquake to proc it. And he mostly procs it with Forge Hammer and Leap Slam, and I still don't really like that. I still think it needs to be a slam on the ground, and then you just... Also, we had the warp on it as well, so it's like, yeah. But single target is very nice, and yeah, it's amazing. Very, very cool.
That's sick.
It's an Oracle, by the way, because of course it is.
Of course.
Well, it's not that I didn't do my homework, but I just want to watch out for Dead Rabbit's sleep schedule. So, no build of the week for me this week.
Thank you. That's
no problem.
It's hard this deep into the off season. It's hard. Not many new builds, but thanks for coming on, Try Dude. Thanks for hanging out this late.
100%. Thank you guys for having me on. Should be. It's only 11:22 here. I'm good. I do have work in the morning, and my daughter will probably wake me up, but it's okay. It's okay. Dead Rabbit, I know you're suffering, so I'll keep it brief. I'll see you guys at Exile Con. I'll talk to you about 0.5 and 0.6, I'm sure. It'll be a good time. Good time.
Yeah. We'll keep bringing you back every league. Our
Are you sure?
League update with the Talkative Try.
I'm ready for some more heated discussions, okay?
We'll bring back the campaign debate every time.
We'll be sure to save the juicy ones for you. The spicy ones.
No more campaign debate, please. Please.
Shout outs, where can people find you, Try?
You can find me on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/talkativetry, or twitch.tv/talkativetry. I've got a Giga collab video coming out tomorrow, and all 3 of you
Oh.
are in it. Yes, I've been waiting to drop it because it's time for the hype to begin. I'm going to kick off the hype train with the video. So I'm sure everybody will react to it. Hopefully they wait a day before reacting. I really hope. And hopefully people enjoy it. I had fun with the editing. So all you guys had great submissions.
I don't even remember what I sent. It was a while ago.
Wow.
You actually said how you thought that Path of Exile 2 was changing too fast. And how
Cool. I'm excited to see that video. So
right.
make sure we'll put it in the podcast link or something, or we'll post it in the comments or something.
all right, sounds good.
Thanks for coming on, man. Miso, go ahead.
Yep, as per usual. Twitch.tv/MesoXU. Same with YouTube if you're there. And also, if you have a build of the week, remember, you can always submit it on my Discord as well. I'll take a look at it and, potentially you could be submitted there. But yeah, come hang out on my streams, YouTubes, whatever it be. Playing some Crimson Desert still. Maybe I'll hop back into PoE 1. Who knows?
Rabbit.
Hello. I am Conversational Camarasaurus. That's the brother dinosaur of Talkative Tribe. There you go.
Oh.
For my dinosaur knowers. Camarasaurus. That's a good one. Hello. I stream Path of Exile too on Twitch every day, and I make jokes sometimes. you can tune in if you want to. Tell me in the comments if you would like to tune in to my Path of Exile 2 streams.
Oh.
Cool. Well, thanks again to Try for hanging out. You guys, yeah, I do the podcast every week. That's basically what I do now. Nothing else. But yeah, see you guys next week. We'll have Crimson Cast on. Rabbit might be gone next week. He's on vacation, so it depends on if he can get set up in the hotel room. Might be the 4 of us with Crimson, or might be 3 of us with Crimson, or it might just be me and Miso with Crimson. But we'll see you guys next week. Have a good night, everybody.
It was the
Hey,
campaign. It was the campaign talk that got me. Goodbye.
Bye. Thank you guys. Oh, that was fun.
That was
All
fun.
right. Yeah, that was fun. Well, speaking of Crimson, let's go right over to him. He's streaming right now. So you guys enjoy his
Didn't he
stream.
raid us?
Did he raid us? I don't know.
Didn't he raid us?
It says he's live right now. Yeah,
If I-
he's live. All right, let's go raid him.
Okay.
All right, guys. Have a good one, guys. Peace out. Enjoy Crimson's. All right.
Peace.
Bye. Peace. And I'll also be back in a couple hours, by the way. I'll be back in a couple hours for anybody who's from my stream. I'll be back in 4 hours.
I'm just gonna stay up now because my wife
Alright.
has to go
Peace.
get up in 60 minutes, and I'm just gonna make her breakfast, I think.
Oh.
Damn.
Mm.
I assumed you were gonna get a little bit of sleep. That's crazy. You all nighted it.
I mean, I will. I'll just
He'll sleep
get
after.
it a little bit later.
Yeah. But all right. Sweet. We're out. We're out. We are off the air. Thank you for the conversations, guys. Thank you, Rabbit, for staying up.
Have fun in
That was fun.
Disneyland
Thanks, Try.
next week.
Yeah, have fun. Have
Disney
fun.
World and Universal Studios. It's gonna be fun.
Oh yeah, Disneyland
I
is
have a-
California. Oops.
I have a very excited, very autistic small brother, little brother. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be
Hell yeah.
it's
I
gonna be a week of stimulation on both parts. here.
Nice. I assume your kids are going too, right? Whole family going, like everybody.
I don't
don't
have
have
kids. That
kids.
was a joke.
Wait.
Because Jenabu said in the post like.
Wait,
to
dude, I
take
thought
this
you
back
had
before
kids
thing.
now. I was like, you've
No.
never mentioned them before. You said you just put them to sleep. I was like, you're a
No,
gamer
that was a
dad
joke
too.
Because
Because Genevieve
that was a
thing.
joke
Oh,
because Jenabu said,
yeah.
on his Discord post, he said he has 2 kids, but the most important thing in his life is PoE 2. That's why.
Oh. Yeah. That was a rough one. I read the post. Yeah, earlier. It was kind of crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Nuking it. Yep. Great people. All right, I'm gonna go play some No Rest of the Wicked. Thank you guys for inviting me. That was nice chat. It was fun. I told people I'd play No Rest for the Wicked, so I'm gonna play a little bit longer, probably half an hour, 45 minutes or something. Screw this guy and his opinions. No, it's okay. No, I'm gonna stay out a little bit. I'm gonna play. I haven't gamed it all today, so I got to get it in. So. Right. I have you guys muted right now, just to say anything spicy. So, that was really good. That was a good one. There's a lot of like really good alliterative dinosaurs, like Stoic Steg is like supposed to be like my like philosophical channel that I could make and stuff like that. Yep. Good. Yep. It'd be good. Yeah, that was a fun little chat. Oh, so good. Yeah. Oh, good thing you guys are muted. Oh, this is beautiful. Oh, God. Okay. Well, yeah, I'll chat with you guys later. Have a good night, you guys. Thanks again. See ya. All right, guys. What do you think? What do you guys think of the pod? Do you guys enjoy it? Here, I'll unmute. I'm off now. Oh, that's too loud. There we go. Nice and calm. They didn't know I was gonna keep streaming, but I want to play No Rest for the Wicked for a little bit. I haven't played anything. W Pod. I want to play a little bit of games today. It got spicy, but I stand by all my positions. I stand by every single one. All right, let's get this going. This is gonna be rough. All right, let's see. Here we go. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Go. It's not Diablo 2 lo-fi. It's Age of Mythology lo-fi? Lo-fi? I don't even know. Let's turn off the lights, you guys. We're getting into No Rest for the Wicked now. That's the cutoff for the podcast. Yeah, that went pretty long. Ooh, yeah. Nice mood lighting. Here we go. All right. Oh, okay. Changed up my control schemes a bit. I've been able to play No Rest for the Wicked a single time. Path of Exile 2, No Rest for the Wicked. Going in. Heard No Rest got a co-op update. Excited to play with the boys. Yeah, I'm trying to convince my my brother-in-law and brother to play it with me. Go. Be able to pop right in. All right. Videos. Let me turn off the lo-fi. All right. Yeah. Do I let my cat out? One sec. Let me let my cat out. Oh yeah, that was a spicy one. Yeah, he's always been passionate, and I feel pretty passionately about what I was chatting about as well. All right, we're back to stream character, realms, stream realm. Hop on in. Yes, this game is way more fun than I thought it was going to be. And I still have a bunch to learn about it. I didn't even know about runes, which are essentially skills in the game, until I started playing. It's pretty sick. Okay. Wait, what the heck is this? What? Is this a friendly creature? What was I doing again? Oh yeah, the quest is right there. So I'm moving toward the quest. I remember now. Oh yeah, guys, remember? Everything bugged out. Holy. Oh, are you kidding me? That's so ridiculous. Oh, I just got level 4. Sick. All right. Level. All right. I'm going to do strength stuff, guys. So we're going to do tribute bonus. And how do I get... What is it? How do I not increase the number of text dodges or blocks you can perform? And equip load, I need a little higher. Yeah. There we go. All right. This is a creature that has meat. Oh, shoot. Join the Orthodox Church. I'm just at like a non-denominational church now. Think I can fight this guy? All right, I'm going to do a charge attack. Oh! Oh, I just one-shot it. Okay, well, I'm really sorry, dear. Okay, I've got some meat. Got some more mushrooms now. Oh. Come on. All right, brother. Oh, shoot. Oh, crap. I got to block. No, I didn't block at the right time. No. Oh, no, guys. I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Oh, no. Okay. We're fine. I haven't played in like a day and a half, guys. I got to get into the mood of it again. It'll be okay. Oh, I died. Wait. What is that? Oh, what? Okay. All right, let's see what's here. We got a quest that we're going to up here. Ooh. Okay. I will take it all. Take all of it. Oh, there's a dude. Got the parry. Very nice. Sick. Man, it feels so good. Ooh, what's that? Nothing? Armor's cap. Now I'm picking up pretty much everything. Oh yeah, I'm moving away from my goal. So we got to get to that exclamation point. Here we go. Those elk drops very valuable material. Okay. So we got some good meat is what you're saying. I am going the wrong way. I think I need to hop down. And fall damage is really bad in this game. I've died several times to it. Can I actually make more of this stew? I should double check. I can't make more of the stew. Okay. But I assume I need to unlock more cooking recipes somewhere. Okay, I can walk across this, right? Got a nice chest here. Here. Oh! Got a big shield. Frost scale oil so I can buff my weapon. Okay, did I just get... Am I 4 down? Nope, I'm still normal. Okay. Okay, I hear fighting. Oh, shoot! I almost died. How do I get down? Oh, it's that way.
I don't fear dying.
Oh, what the heck? I feel like I shouldn't have got hit by that, but I did. There's a lot of fighting going on somewhere. Okay, here's another one of these guys. Can I hop this? I can. Oh, there's a bunch of fighting going on there. Like a battlefield? Oh, goodness. This somewhat... I don't want to die. Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm making it. This is a place where I got killed multiple times before, guys. Okay, greatsword feels so good. Should I kill this rat? I killed the rat. Okay, and then that. So could I use this right now? This one thing? I think I've built up enough. I don't know what it does, though. I've never used any of my special runes. Maybe I should try using them on that guy with the flaming great axe. Oh, crap. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, guys. Are you kidding me? They can get me from the water? Oh. Oh, there's another elk. I'm so sorry, buddy. I can't believe they can get you from the water. I can jump into the water, though, right? Oh! What? That's crazy. I need a rat knife or something. The giant cursed greatsword seems a little excessive. Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe I should go back to the blacksmith. And I can jump into the water, but I hit land. Okay. Maybe I should go back to the blacksmith and get some lighter weaponry. Because right now my greatsword does seem a bit excessive. That was a skill issue? Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, did he really just do that? I gotta get this guy. Oh my gosh, guys. Guys, skill issue is happening right now. This is... Oh my god. Okay. 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 Wait, do I have broken gear? Repair gear to blacksmith or by using repair powder? Do I have broken gear? I have almost broken gear. Doesn't say anything is broken. Oh, this is almost broken. That's 45 out of 100. Okay, so it is getting broken. Also, can I equip this? Or is that going past my... Wait, okay. No, that should be good. I just can't equip that. Ooh, leather pants. That too much? Okay, I'm still at normal. Okay. Okay, so I need to go to a blacksmith if I die one more time, essentially. Okay, no skill issue. Massive skill issue. Okay. Okay. Let's fast travel. Let's go to Sacrament. Let's see. I haven't interacted with vendors before. I believe the vendors are what? They're right to the left, right? Yeah, the marketplace is right over here.
They say he left already. Every trinket a treasure.
Okay, so I'm assuming this guy. Okay, first repair. I don't have enough copper for that. Oh my gosh. That's crazy. How much does it cost to buy, like, a sword? Brothers Keepers, Blood Rusted Sword. Wait. Now they cost way more? Oh, I can sell stuff, actually. Okay. Let me sell. Okay. Let's sell. Sell. Let's sell. Sell. Ooh. Let's sell. Okay, let's sell that. And then we can equip that. Okay. Okay, we're not going to sell that. Wow, that sells for quite a bit. I don't have a second weapon slot, but I feel like I should try something that's a little bit quicker. I think you're right. Just so I can get the hang of combat. So I might do sword and shield if I can. So I'm going to buy this, I think. I think I'm going to try it. Here. Can I do that? Then equip that. Equip that in my offhand. Oh, I'm heavy. Not heavy. Okay, so wow. That thing is really heavy. What if I equip that? I'm still in normal. Okay. Alright, so I am using the Blood Rusted Sword.
I see the glint of steel in your eyes.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that's so much faster, guys. Holy crap.
I've got things you
Alright, but it does say I need to repair something. Let's see. Do I have enough money to repair? Yeah, I am the savior, brother. Repair all. Let's do it. Screw it. We have almost no gold. This is crazy. See? Like, I don't have any gold. Okay, so I can't do that. What if I unequip that and equip that? Then I'm in normal. We're going to do that. I assume I can hold... Okay. To the block. All right. We're sword and shield, guys. All right, let's go back. Let's give this a go again. We're not using our unique great sword that we found.
I don't hear it.
But that's all right. Wait. Wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. Where is it? Is it up here? Yeah, it's up here. Can I climb up? Ah, yeah, of course I can. All right, guys. We've made some adjustments. We're going back. Give it another go. Okay, could I go to Last Whisper? I'm actually... Okay. So I should have... I think there was an option to go to the Last Whisper. Because now I'm quite far away from where I was trying to go. Yeah. So I gotta go up that way. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I must not have unlocked that other Whisper.
gonna cook you.
Oh, I shouldn't have gotten hit by that, guys. Wow, that's so much faster. That's insanity. Plus, did you see how little damage that hit did to me? Yeah, I guess I'm going to try full strength. I've never played this game before. So I don't actually know what I'm going to go. I guess full strength. I was told to get a little bit of like equipment load. Now, can I make an offering? Can I like offer this thing? And now I've unlocked it. Okay. Now I assume that means I have unlocked that Whisper. Can I kick this ladder down? Sick. Ooh, where am I going? Okay, can't choose much, respect much later until later. Okay. Then I will go strength. I like strength anyway. Okay. Yeah, I can block with this, with my shield. It's just right click, or yeah, right click. What's this? There's a shiny thing here. Oh, got some herbs. Can I attack this? No. Okay. Oh, you normally take all armor off so you can dodge quickly. I guess that is a proper strategy. Then you probably move quite fast too. Okay, so that place appeared to be blocked. Can I break that? No. Can I read that? I can. Day 35, surveying the miserable rut. The Orban glades smell of rot. All day I hear the wet swelch of my boot-sucking mud. All night I try and fail to warm my socks by the fire. Strange figures call this swamp home. Years of bog life has rotted away their lower limbs. Something else perhaps has rotted away their minds. It might be time to petition to bring my survey to a close. Ooh. What could be here in the Orban glades?
Ellsworth arms
Oh.
and farmers and sends them to the slaughter. I wonder, by the time we breach Sacrament's gates, will anyone be left inside?
Oh, is this a boss? Boss fight? Oh, let's go. Oh! Oh, that butt! Oh my gosh! Holy crap! Did he just kill all his own guys? Oh! Oh! Crap. Oh boy, this isn't good, guys. Ah! Oh no, I tried to heal. Huh. Oh no! Wait, no, 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 no. Oh. Oh, what a butt. We got this. We got this. We got this. Oh.
You're fighting.
Oh. Oh boy.
Ellsworth can't protect Sacrament. He can't protect anyone.
Phase 2. Wait. 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 What? What? Did he run? Oh, what a wuss. Is there anything here? I did it first time. He ran away. What a butt. Oh, don't run away from me. All right, we'll do one more strength, one equip load. We'll do another in health. Okay, what does my journal say? Of rats and raiders, we tracked down Derek, but he escaped. We should report back to Winnick in Sacrament. Okay. And then we did a small mercy. Okay. But I can't fast travel. I got to go back to a whisper, right? There a whisper over here, right? I think. Yep. Okay. Okay. Look, guys, first try. First try. Down the boss. Kind of. Didn't really. Okay. Wait, have I not unlocked this one yet? Do I have to make another offering? Oh, wow. You have to offer a bunch of crap to be able to fast travel here. Oh, interesting. Wait, so am I going to be like... How many maps are there? I'm curious. I didn't see that bar of progress there. I don't have many things. Goodness. All right.
Your true armor is your will.
Currently 24, and I'm supposed to go to Yannick, so he's up there. The waypoint system, you got to sacrifice items. Okay, so and I don't have a bunch of items. Maybe I need to go back and like farm zones. 3 are in Sacrum. You don't really need to unlock. Okay, so you don't need to do it. So it's like kind of optional. Got it.
You don't understand.
Oh.
Dark's a mad dog, but he's no fool. Why would he draw your men to Orbin Glades and then flee?
Well, I don't know.
Was defeated, that's why. If he returns, our stone walls will be there to greet him. And why should I trust anything you have to say about the reason?
Okay.
Some of us try
Oh.
to build a better world,
Yep.
and some just to tear down the old one.
And some give speeches from behind bars.
Oh, just owned his daughter there. All right, buddy. Hey, man.
Saren, you have my thanks.
You're welcome.
Square off against Darek and return holding their head high.
Yeah, I didn't even get knocked out at all.
Pray Darek crawled under a rock somewhere to lick his wounds, but
He better get stronger.
it's worth considering Odessa's warning. I've known her since she was a babe, but
Well, she is your daughter.
I'm not sure.
No reward? Wait. We overheard Winnick talking with Odessa about the encounter with Darek. Winnick seemed confident of Derek's defeat, but he admitted it might be worth listening to what Odessa has to say. Okay, one sec. I gotta let my cat back in. Okay, my cat not want to come back in. Okay, let's talk to Odessa.
You. Again. God, I'd rather sing in the town square than say this, but maybe you can help me.
You have a pretty voice. I bet you
Derek's
could
always
sing.
harbored a deep hatred of my father.
Okay.
I never imagined he could move against Sacrament itself, but he wouldn't share his schemes with me. The people
Okay.
here may be blind or broken, under the mainland's boot for so long.
Oh yeah, so she was allied with Darek because he's the leader of the Risen. Okay.
That doesn't mean they deserve to die. Winnick said his men captured some of Derek's faithful after the battle.
Time to interrogate them.
You should see if any of them can tell you more.
Oh yeah. All right. Are these some of them? No, they're over here. Okay. What's up, faithful? Radagon. It's not a mistake. Oh, what a guy. The old looted the body excuse.
About for the governor's daughter.
Ooh, wow, dude. This Radagon does not have the position to talk.
She's right, you know. The real attack is yet to come. Darek's moving on the city itself.
Yeah, sure, man. I took him out with
There'll
ease.
still be time to stop him. Darek left me to die. Least I can do is return the favor. Tell me, friend, do you want to be a hero?
Sure, I'll be a hero.
Of course you do. Everyone does. Spring me from this cage, and I'll make you. These guys
Nah.
couldn't keep a snail locked up in its own shell. You poke around. You'll
Find the key. Do I have to save this guy? No way.
Where's that miserable runt wandered off to? He's supposed to relieve me. We've got a date with Elga tonight.
Who? Gerard? He was dripping pissed. I think he could go dunk his head in the fountain.
Well, that's all right for some people.
Wow, the game just used yellow text.
the damn keys with him.
Literally just used yellow text to tell me where it was.
Why don't you invite Elga to come around here?
Why you spoil it? The game spoiled it. I gotta go down to the fountain. The keys are down at the fountain. Alright, I'll go to the fountain, guys. Is there gonna be a monster at the fountain? Where are the keys? Oh, he's sleeping. Oh, I got his key. Okay. That was pretty obvious. All right. Back up to the top we go. All right, buddy.
Thank you kindly. The problem with you holier-than-thou types is you never look down.
Oh, we're going to the sewers?
There isn't in the outskirts, so just a diversion. Derek's men are gonna pause.
Like stinking shite.
Guards rotate. Meet me at the sewer drain. Down on the...
Oh, yeah, buddy. Now, do I have to actually wait till dusk? Okay, no. I just have to go to the coast. All right, I assume the coast is down at the bottom. This way? I'm going to try to not look at the map. I'm assuming it's this way.
Sacrament.
Just going to use my intuition.
Why kill men for free when you can be paid to do it?
Yeah, well, bounties are hard, brother. Looks like we're getting closer to the coast, maybe. Okay. Nope. Nope, there's a bridge. There's a coast.
Oh, King Harold's in the courtyard.
Alright, come on. Sewer should be near here somewhere, eh? Okay, maybe I will just look at the screen. Oh my gosh, I never would have gone. Wait, the sewer's all the way over there? I never would have gone that far. Holy crap. Good thing I looked. I would have stayed in the city, guys. Literally would have stayed in the city. Alright. That's why you use your map. I know, I should have used the map initially. Oh my goodness. I thought I was going to be blocked out entirely. No! Okay, now my cat actually wants in here. Okay. Okay, I lied. Didn't want it. Interesting. Interesting. Down to the coast. Whirls. Yep, I'm going the right way. Okay. Hey, Cat Chat. Oh my goodness gracious. Pod went great. We had some passionate discussions. Always nice. Okay. What is this ruin ability I can use? Oh, are you kidding me? I used the ruin ability, but I didn't know what it did. Wow, this guy. Okay. Oh, I'm almost dead, guys. That ain't no good. Wait, what? Did I cut it down? Okay. Yeah, when good cat chat. They'll post the video, or if you just want to watch from my POV, it's on the YouTube VOD. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're not in a good position here, are we? We got this. We got this. Oh my. Holy. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm so bad. I kept running out of stamina. I'm terrible. Goodness. I need to cook food. I think I need a lot of food. Oh, I'm all the way back in Sacro. Oh, look at all these mushrooms that are here. I need to find a fire, and I need to get herbs. Alright, we're gonna rematch that dude. Big rematch. Here we go, from full health. Can I sell wood and all that stuff? Oh boy, there's 2 of them now. What? You're kidding me. You're kidding me. What? Okay, that's fine. I'll get this thing down here. How do I get up? Guess I don't. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, you guys. Maribel and Merriweather, the Taylor Smith. Okay. Alright. Alright, we go again. We go again. We go again. Danger level 3. Does that mean this is for level 3 characters? If so, I'm getting my butt absolutely handed to me. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Oh, I thought I dodged that. I gotta go finish him off. There you go. Finish him off. There's no way. Okay, got her. Goodness. Oh, we got some crab chowder, dudes. Okay. Okay. Where are these sewers? Down there? Yeah, they're down there. But I don't want to die, so I gotta go the long way around. Whoa, what was that? A big thing of fire? Oh, crap. Yeah, do you guys remember? It's like the boss is here. And the crab dude. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh, you guys. I gotta run! Oh. Oh my gosh. There's the monster boss in there. Guarding the sewer exit. Okay, at least none of my gear is broken yet. Because if I literally get myself down to not being able to use gear, that'd be insanity. Maybe I should try to take him on. If I kill the other guy first, I really got... So, can I... Oh, is a shield bash? Is that a thing? So I can shield bash.
I'll make it quick, I promise.
Alright. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here you go. Here, isn't he? Come on. There's so... Let's just... No! 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 Oh my god, there's so many! Ah! Oh my gosh! Holy! Come over here, buddy. Come here. Oh, crap. Okay, 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 okay. See, if those guys weren't with him, I could do it. But those guys are with him. And they have an infinite aggro range, obviously. Come here, I dare you. Cross the bridge. Oh, we can't cross the bridge. Wait. 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 Did I bug him out? Nope. Oh my gosh, that's so sick. So he guards the bridge. You shall not pass. That is hilarious. All right, all right, all right. What, they're bounties? Crimson Desert win? I don't think I'll play Crimson Desert. I don't think I could play that type of game. What, do I have enough to cook? Oh, I do. How many can I make? 2. Okay, 2 stews. 2 stews. I cooked the 2 stews. Hi, Zoja. Hi, sweetie. I know. Leaving Drifter Hood. And what's my weight at? Normal. Okay. I gotta get good at blocking. I think that's the next thing. Okay, but seriously, let's just go to the sewer. I should be able to jump down, eh? Yep. Okay. Uh-oh. No. Oh, I got down. Okay, thank goodness. Sewer's got to be like right here, right? Down this way. Could he be here? Oh, okay.
There you are. Your kingdom awaits within. And all the rot that comes with it.
Oh, we're going into our first dungeon.
Now we're square, me and you. If you find Darak, tell him Rattigan sends his love.
Okay. In we go. Stream. We're in. Oh, that's my play. That's my world name. The Black Danger level 15. Okay, so I shouldn't be here. Why am I here right now? I'm not level 15. That's way above my level. Are you kidding me? Let me see. Oh my gosh. Are you... All right. All right. All right. So, I'm level 5. I shouldn't be following this quest anymore. I thought that I was good to go since I just killed Radicon. So, there must be a different area that I should go to. So, we've got... There's no way I'm supposed to go there. Of rats and raiders, we... Okay. So, not there. Okay. And then that's endgame. So, there has to be another quest somewhere. Not there. Not there. Maybe there is a different... I'm supposed to go to the nameless pass before this? Is this guy? He's the... No, so he's just the bounties. So the nameless pass. So there must be another quest somewhere that I don't yet have. I shall explore and see if I can find somebody. War room, gallows. That's where I was at before.
So this is the jewel of...
Maybe there's somebody on this side of the city with a quest. Okay. This is the training dummy area. Oh, the priests? Oh, near the entrance of the city? Oh, I did that on my other playthrough. Maybe that's why I'm having it mixed up. Yeah, there's no exclamation point. There's this, which is the end game thing. It's like the roguelite. And then there's this. That's the sewer. They don't show like new quests on the minimap, which is interesting. You'd think they would be on the minimap. But I do remember the priests. I don't think I talked to the priest on this character. Because I don't see the quest in here.
That turnip's got the damn keys.
They're not here. You heal in town? You don't heal in town. That's very unfortunate.
You're the one who killed me. A sword's legs as a coward's death.
Pestilence is taking me.
I remember them in my other playthrough. No, it's okay, Omega Cybers. Ah, there they are.
The madrigal.
The Madrigal. Through the nameless pass, the heretic's gate, the pagan door. Yep. What way is that? That's up that way. Okay. The servant of God. Down for that. We go east. I am presuming it is this way. Probably across the bridge. You used to either do quests and the world would scale accordingly, but not anymore. Oh. Okay, so it's like kind of static now. Okay. Which way is the nameless pass? I'm assuming it's this way. Oh, this is just where I was. Gotta be an exit, though. Maybe. Nameless pass. There you go. Okay. All right. Be blind again. I've been touched by God, apparently. Okay. Danger level 8. Crap. Sorry, rat. Controlled by torn humans.
Smile for me.
Oh, it's like an orc. No. Oh, gosh, guys. See, like, I need to know when to weave in and out of combat. At least I'm right here. Okay. And I need to block. Can I parry? Come on, buddy. What the? You butt. Got you eventually. Okay. But it seems like I should be farming a little bit more. Oh, goodness. Oh. Okay, but there's a... Okay, I can't progress here. Can I sidle? Kind of? Not really. There's a little jumping puzzle going on here. Oh, there's a guy. Oh boy. Duck. All right. We're farming high XP mobs. Although I noticed they don't drop anything. That's unfortunate. Are you kidding me? Heck yeah. Small vial of stamina.
Sure you want to head that way?
I don't frickin' know, dude. Do I want to head that way? You tell me.
Nothing that direction, but a
Wreck quarry.
a closed gate, and now an army of inquisitors.
Okay.
I see Ellsworth marching with him. Finally graces the pass with his presence. How you living, Orvin? Could you use help with the farm, Orvin? Nah, he didn't say nothing.
Poor Orvin.
Mainland looks down at her isles. Sacrament at those living outside her gates. Fifth, no difference.
Okay, well, the red priests are this way. We're gonna go this way. Alright, but my oldest daughter just woke up, you guys, so I'm gonna have to peace out. Thank you so much for tuning in to the stream, all you lovely people. I appreciate it. I hope you liked the podcast. Watch out for that video that's gonna hit pretty soon here. Either tomorrow morning or the morning after. I'll take a look at the analytics. Anyways, hope you had a good one. Hope you have a great night, you guys. Happy Friday. Have a good weekend. I'll see you later. I'll raid on over to Crimson. Where's Crimson? Crimson. There, yeah. Yeah, we'll raid on over to Crimson, Cass. Well, peace out. Oh, you're locked in, Prada. Why don't you come play No Rest for the Wicked, Prada? Huh? Just come play No Rest for the Wicked. All right, I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Peace.